Come on, where's the info here? That's the kind of morning that I've had. I don't even know what you guys could hear or not hear, but we start. We launched. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Let me see. We got any audio? No audio yet. Well, let me make sure it's not me too, because last time, okay, no, it's good. All right. Good morning. How you guys doing, man? You guys ready? There was a lot more people waiting today. I'm a little bit of a mess this morning, trying to get myself together. I did hit the gym though, which is good. I needed it mentally. Captions working too. Let me get my preferred stream up. Nothing yet. There we go. Here we go. This is one I want to watch. All right. All right. Let me just switch this out. Boom. Okay. All right, we're good. Let me see if I can put some on-screen captions. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Morning! Trying to get my life together, man. I guess during one of the breaks too, we could talk about the makeup situation. I saw the TikTok video. There, people are claiming. I gotta really look into that and see what's the deal. People are claiming that the makeup company's claiming that the woman that did the opening statements for Amber Heard said that she'd been using this makeup palette thing the entire time to cover up, I guess, her bruises and stuff. But apparently they're claiming that that makeup thing came out in 2017. So then, you know, I don't know. But is it that exact makeup thing? The one that the company said is not true, or is it a different thing? I got to look and see. Debbie says, can you believe how many views you have in the Hilarious Moments trial? Yeah. I was surprised. I didn't expect that video to blow up like that. It's almost 500,000, I think. Oh, give me 1 second. I need to like brush my hair or something. I just got out the shower. Get my life together. All right. I gotta use you guys as my all right, something like that. Plan your chaos. Good morning. Says happy Monday. I'll be watching from work. Thank you, Els. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much to the mods. They might cut me off here, but to the mods and the research team, really helpful. Dat Set, Crisscross, BL, Jazz did the thumbnail on this live stream and the previous video, one of the previous videos, the Hilarious Moments Part 2. By the way, that Part 2, the Hilarious Moments or whatever, they demonetized that. They said something about drug use, I guess because there was bags of weed on the screen, I guess. Something like that. It got demonetized, even though it got Facebook monetized it, YouTube demonetized it. So put your hair back to curly. My hair is gonna curl on its own. Give it an hour or so. It's gonna all just frizzle up and go back together soon. Mr. Rottenborn, good morning. Good morning. I got my little setup here too. I got to get ready actually, but I don't know if you guys seen that. Got my little laptop set up here. Damn, I'm looking rough today. What's going on with me? But I got my little laptop set up here, and so if I have to edit and make chops in the middle of the stream, I should be able to do it kind of quick, and then post it to like Facebook because I want to start posting. Well, I have been posting highlights to Facebook. Damn, bro, I gotta get my life together. I was actually going to change my shirt too. I was going to put on a black shirt, but it was already time to launch. I was like, damn, I just got to hit go. Should be getting ready to start soon, I'm thinking. Good morning. Yeah, Discord crew. No, I'm not gonna do no straightener. Hell no. What's a straightener? It's like stuff you put in your hair, like chemical stuff. Nah. Oh, I was gonna say this too. Look at Johnny. He's looking suave today. He really like. Maybe he put straightener. He really got his hair back nice. He got the suit on, nice suit. Mousse is your friend. I don't like the ones that like are too make your hair like too hard. Perm. The shirt is good, not purple, but still good. I might wear purple tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm gonna wear it. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate the super chat. Oh, there was a whole situation too. Well, maybe we'll talk about it. I don't know. About somebody putting flyers on cars and stuff. Kat says, I love his stoner glasses. They're taking their time today, right? Jackie Garnett says, LMAO on your Mr. Rottenborn voice. Love it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, Maddie, that little video clip, the trailer, that was from, I think, Friday night. And Maddie was taking a shower and I was like standing outside, but I was listening to the video, the Rottenborn stuff. And when she finishes and comes out, she starts saying, Daddy, say Mr. Rottenborn. I was like, what? Well, we got to get this on camera. I told her to say it again. Let me check the other feeds real quick to see what they're looking like. You want me to slow the chat? Okay. What do you guys think? You want a little bit slow? I guess we're off to a good start today. I think those little videos that I did, I'm saying little, but they actually blew up. I think it's brought more of an audience, I think. Hey, Hope, thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning. Thank you for coming back. I remember you previously being here in your previous super chats. Yeah, Molly didn't, she didn't put those flyers, man. I know a lot of people hate her, but at the same time, you know, right is right, wrong is wrong. Did TMZ try to copyright you for the illegally recorded video that Amber didn't sell to TMZ? Mo, good morning. They did claim the live stream, and then I reached out to YouTube, email or chat, which is most of the time almost, no, I shouldn't say useless. Email's a lot better. The chat's not, when you reach out to them via chat, it's not really useful. But Umbrella tagged them on, he tagged them on Twitter, and he tagged YouTube, team YouTube on Twitter, and they said that those were invalid claims, and so they went and dropped all the claims against everybody. So the copyright was released. It was just a copyright claim. It wasn't a strike. So in that video, by the way, the wine video that I posted on Facebook has 2 million views. I think that's the most viewed video on Facebook. Come on, where's that? Oop. Loving your coverage the mostest at iCkEdMeL, hashtag Team Johnny. Thank you so much, Supergirl. I really appreciate all the love from you guys. It's been amazing. It really has, yo. I had no idea, like I've said multiple times, I had no idea this trial was going to be like this. There's no sound yet, guys. I don't have any strikes. Don't wish that upon me, girl. And claims are different from strikes. Some people get it confused, especially if you're not like a YouTube creator. You might think that when somebody, and sometimes even creators say this, it's just a copyright claim, but they say they're striked. It's two different things. A claim is not as bad as if you get a strike. It sucks because they're going to claim the money, but so two different things. Yeah, so I'll add a little slow to the chat too. Me add a little slow. I'm gonna pull up a different feed to make sure. I've already looked at a couple and they're all just sitting here right now. I guess they're prepping, or I'm not sure what exactly they're doing. But there's no audio on any of them right now. Let's see, Johnny Depp trial. Johnny Depp. All right, let's see this one real quick. No, they're all right now doing the same thing. We're just chilling. We're waiting. Just hanging out. Go grab some coffee, grab some Coke, whatever it is you do in the morning. A drink. You gotta get a drink if you need to. Oh yeah, the judge is not. The judge is not there. I didn't realize that. Donna said judge is stalling. Nah, I'm good. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. No, I'm good. The reason I didn't post the wine video for so long on YouTube was because of the whole TMZ thing, and I was waiting for the situation. But TMZ didn't do anything on Facebook as far as claims. So that video, 2 million views, and I'm monetized. Thank God. On Facebook. So glad I did that a long time ago, that I invested the time to build up my Facebook page. Yeah, judge is not there yet. Happy hour anytime. Don't encourage people to drink this early. No, I mean, it's whatever they want to do. Maybe I meant coffee or juice or whatever. Hold up and having withdrawals. Yeah, I was thinking about this this trial over the weekend. That's what they're claiming. But even, see, the thing is, even if Amber did sell the videos to TMZ, it's possible. Even if they did sell the videos, TMZ still has no, I don't think they have, and clearly they don't have any right, because this falls, to me, this falls under public domain. Like once it's on trial and like these things are being shown on a trial, on a public forum. When I went to dispute it with TMZ, there's an option there that says, oh, I keep forgetting to solo chat. Everybody's getting on me. Please. Mama B. I just lost my tracking myself. Please remove your shirt. All right, let me put on slow chat a little bit. I'll put, let's do 5 seconds. Make a pint of wine. Yeah, I don't think they have any, and clearly they don't, any right to that. I mean, a public domain type of thing, like, you know. So I'm really happy that YouTube stepped in and took care of that. The post, let me see too. There's a post right here. It's from YouTube. This was on the 22nd. It says update confirming the claim has been deemed invalid. It has been released and should reflect on your end in 48 hours. We followed up with a partner to work on the issue to make sure that this doesn't get claimed automatically. So it was like automatic claims. It happened, I think, to every YouTuber that day. That video got demonetized anyway, that live stream. And again, I guess it's because the bags of weed or something like that. I don't know. Mine got demonetized. And so did the last funny video that I did, compilation video. Jasmine said, I'm drinking a mega pint of coffee. I wonder what the strategy is going to be today. You remember how they ended off last time where they played that audio, which I guess, it wasn't like, I don't know if, I guess it wasn't the full audio of supposedly, he was saying in the background, like, he wanted to cut himself and kind of missing a lot of context with that. So I don't know if they're going to continue off of there because they didn't even give him a chance to say anything. I think they were going to move on from it. Birdie says, Judge is putting on her Arnica makeup. What did the flyers have on them? I'll see if I can find it. Did you see the Brit Flip? Thank you for the super chat. Did you see the palette Amber allegedly used to cover up bruises? Didn't even come out until 2017. You think they can bring that up in trial? I think they should. I think they should. I'm gonna ask. Let me ask if they can pull up. Oh, here it is. Thanks, Jazz. She sent me the picture. Let's take a look at that, I guess, in the meantime. Oh, they're about to start too. Wait. Oh, okay. No, they're just talking. But no audio yet. This is the flyers that people were talking about were being put on vehicles. Amber Heard's ex-partner uses online companies and services to harm her and others. For over 3 years, Amber Heard suffers from social media operations, even if she wins cases showing she's a victim of violence. Examples: YouTube bots, Amber Heard's 2020 takeaway, Adapt and Survive, 43K, identical texts, not a victim, December 2020, Onward, Reddit high upvotes on over 5,000 banned accounts. Third prize, I guess these are third Prizzles, You're Fired, Is You're Fired, 2019. I guess these are, I don't know what this is. The Speed of Pain, Aquaman 2 petition, Twitter 2 botnets, Arsenal Sports accounts, and DC Movie Monsters accounts on 2 peak days in 2020. See more research at public study of millions of texts and accounts. I don't know. Somebody was putting these, I think, on vehicles. And then they were claiming that it was Molly. Because there was a video, I think Molly had put a video up where she was holding up the flyer, but I don't remember the whole story. I think that it was somebody gave it to her, or it was on a vehicle and she was just looking at it and reading it. And so they took that as she's the one that did it. I might get her on at some point, maybe, just to explain the story. I mean, if people are really that interested in that. To me, it's kind of like, but of course you don't want to be blamed for something you didn't do. Why are we waiting? I don't know. I got no idea, but we're waiting for some reason. Maybe something happened with the judge. What the hell is a bot? It's like an automated probably software or function to spam, or maybe like a bunch of fake accounts to either do like fake likes or comments or downvotes or whatever. The Russian bots. Let me see too. There was an article that came out about that whole makeup palette thing. Yeah, I feel a little rough today. That's all right. I was supposed to go. Oh, let me not read that. What the hell am I doing? That's how rough I am. I'm reading private messages. Oh, so okay. So this is the person too. Let me show this image. So I think this was the person that. Let me see. Christina Taft. Oh, this person said, "Oh well, here's Marissa showing hundreds of our Amber Heard flyer." So I believe that this is the person that actually put the flyer out. That's what I heard. According to, I think Molly told me that too. And so she made this post. Here's Marissa showing hundreds our Amber Heard flyer. So it's their flyer, Christina. But Marissa saw this flyer. She didn't even know what was going on. She was like, what the hell? So she was showing it on a live stream, but she didn't. And she's never been Team Amber. She's Team Johnny, but she's been sitting on Amber's side. And so I think people thought she was Team Amber or whatever. It says here, it's a test to reverse engineer possibilities. NLU AI test was actually very useful. Both Twitter and Reddit, they're upvoting users. Oh. So is this like bots? I don't know. I don't know what these weirdo people do. So they have bots, I guess, promoting stuff or whatever. Let me go get my phone. I don't know where I left it. Could the flyer cause a mistrial? I don't know. On a jury's cars? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I'm not an expert in that, but I don't know. I don't see any. It's just, to me, it's like a dumb flyer. I mean, I don't know who's going to be motivated by that. But, I mean, if they continue things like that, maybe if they put different stuff on there, it's possible. Maybe, Let me see if I can find this. Oh, yeah. If you guys, make sure you follow me on TikTok too. It feels so weird saying that. Hey guys, follow me on TikTok. Yeah, I have a TikTok and I have some help over there.
And that's you in the video, Mr.
Oh,
Depp,
shoot.
right?
I just went to TikTok to see. I want to pull up my page real quick. We're putting short clips over there, trying to promote the channel and stuff like that, and clips from the trial, so you can check me out if you have TikTok. Bosher says, I'm not a Molly fan, but I know she didn't do it because she would not screw up this case by that. She was probably just showing. Yeah, she was just showing it. The link is in the chat. I know, right? It feels weird. For me, it feels weird saying that. TikTok. I'm on TikTok. So I wonder what happened this morning, man. What's going on? Let me see if I can pull up anything. I had this article that gives highlights for the trial. Let me see if they're saying, or maybe I can search. Oh, shoot. I can search Twitter. This is Johnny Depp arriving to the courthouse.
Here we go. Johnny!
Oh, look. Don't want get your foot run over.
Good morning. Everything good now, Judy? Okay. All right.
Oh, she's crying.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before we talk?
Oh, we're back.
Okay.
All right, we're ready.
Okay.
From last week, we've given them to Ms. Myers this morning, and they've confirmed they look okay to them. So
Okay. All right.
here are paper copies, and the thumb drive contains electronic copies of these as well as
Hey.
excerpted audio recordings that were and
Okay. Well, I kind of need a thumb drive for each audio recording, but
a separate thumb drive for each.
it's marked at different exhibits, so I have to have it as different exhibits. So, okay, good. We'll go through them and see what we have. And you have yours as well?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Okay.
This is Exhibit 40 redacted.
Okay,
and,
just give it to Jody.
The photographs that were in this exhibit.
The knives, right.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Great. We'll go through those. And if we need anything else, we'll let you know, okay?
We'll watch the rest of the clip on the lunch or the 15-minute break.
Just because, so we can have them numbered that way, correct? Sure. All right. I gotta keep Jamie happy. Yes.
Want the volume a little
All right,
higher?
thank you. Okay, sure.
He sounds low because he's not on the mic, but I can boost it up a little bit. Yeah, I guess it seems like they're not prepared, kind of, right? Maybe they're doing something. Is he losing weight during this trial? Mr. Rhymeborn. Thank you, Harmon. Appreciate that. Says good morning. Your coverage is awesome. Thank you so much. Much respect to you and all your work. Thank you. Blessings to you and your family always. Thank you. Yeah, Streamlabs. Streamlabs is Team Amber. Amber's looking different today. She did her hair. She got some sort of hairstyle going on. Today looks like she put on some makeup. Still got the funeral attire on, but it's better than the military soldier thing. Maybe I'll put the Johnny clip back on while we're waiting. Johnny! Kind of cool. He stopped though. He stuck his hand out. Let me see if I get that clip again. Here we go. While we wait.
Here we go.
I wonder if this is like the back entrance maybe, or is this the front?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you got a lot of fans, diehard fans.
There he is. Johnny! Hey, woo! Johnny!
Is he in back there? Oh, I should put full screen. I think he like bowed down.
Johnny!
There he is. Oh, just a little salute.
All right. Thank
We're
you.
back.
Be seated. All right. Just a reminder, Mr. Depp, you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes,
All
Your
right. Cross-examination. All right.
Morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice weekend. Mr. Depp, we've talked about this a little bit, but you've testified that abuse can come in many forms, correct? Physical being one of them, right?
Yes, indeed.
Emotional,
Indeed.
verbal,
Indeed.
psychological abuse.
Indeed. Some of those sort of flow into the other.
I'd like to talk, understood. I'd like to talk about some of that abuse. Can we pull up Exhibit 582, please? Your Honor, this is a recording, Defendant's Exhibit 582, that we will play the entirety of.
All right, any objection to 582?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 582 in evidence.
Go put your fucking cigarettes out on someone else. You fucking have consequences for your actions. That's it.
Shut up, fat ass.
Yeah, you got me there.
Can you play that one more time, please, Michelle?
That's the entirety? Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Move on.
Mr. Depp, when Ms. Heard tells you in that recording to go put your cigarettes out on someone else, you don't deny that, but instead you simply say, "Shut up, fat ass." Is that correct?
I think that was another grossly exaggerated moment of Miss Heard's. I did not put a cigarette out on her or throw a cigarette at her.
Let's pull up Exhibit 581, please. This is another recording that we'll play the entirety of, with your Honor's leave.
Any objection to 581?
No objection.
581.
I fucked up and cried in my bedroom after I had dumped you a fucking week prior. A fucking week prior after you beat the shit out of me. And then a week later you show up at my doorstep in my room saying you want to say goodbye. Okay, say goodbye.
Oh, I said it?
Yes, you did say it. I'll go to the text messages so that we're clear on
Yes,
the tape.
because you'd said it before to me.
Okay. No doubt. But you did not say you're going to come over to say bye?
I made a huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Well, I won't do it again.
What's the mistake then? Did you or did you not say you were coming over to say bye?
Can we please pull up Exhibit 598?
All right. Is this another audio?
It is, Your Honor. And I will give the excerpts that we propose to play. And I'll say, Your Honor, it's a lengthy recording where...
Well, I already have 598A in evidence, so...
Right, and I just wanted to clarify, spoke with Ms. Myers this morning. We're gonna speak at a break. We're trying to be very careful about whether there's a third party on the tape. This is one where at the very end, someone else comes in. But Ms. Myers and I will speak, and we may be, to the extent your Honor's agreeable, we may be agreeable to just entering the whole thing as evidence. But for now, since there's a very small portion at the end that we're not going to play of a third party, I'll just give you the excerpts if that works.
Well, then I need 598B, and I need
Yes.
to know what the time of the excerpts are, and,
We'll prepare that for you, Your Honor. Thank you.
well, I need it now, I mean,
I have the
Okay.
excerpts. So this would be 598B.
okay.
And it's seconds 1 through 20. And then it's 30 minutes and 2 seconds through 31 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay. All right. Any objection to 598B then?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm not what I said.
You may have not been able to do...
No, I meant exactly what I said.
What did you say?
At least I'm not doing it behind your back. I'm telling you.
Okay.
You gave me shit that I was recording, and I said, yeah, I'm recording, but at least I'm telling you.
Okay.
And if you had asked me not to, I wouldn't.
Well, record, huh?
Okay, so the next excerpt is 30 minutes and 2 seconds.
Or die. Walking away is necessary. Is necessary, especially between you and I. It is of utmost importance. Because the next move, if I don't walk away, or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath. And like it, you know, like it was on the island, of course, like it was, you know. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Why be miserable? Can we just
if the options are there.
have some semblance of understanding for each other?
Please, can we? Because I'm not trying to say, hey, by the way, no one in their right mind is going to choose bloodbath over walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
Then why has it been chosen so many times?
it's that snowball. It is not a distinct choice that either one of us make at any discernible point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
You know, and
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know. It isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Can you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor, I believe.
Okay. Yes, it was.
Thank you. Now, that recording that we just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the first time that you refer to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact, in this text exchange that we saw on Friday, when you inform Ms. Heard that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch." Did I read that right?
Certainly did, sir. Thank you.
Can we pull up Exhibit 586, please? Your Honor, the only the portion of this exhibit that we would plan to play, it's a recording, is minutes 7:35 to 8:20.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586B, if
735 to what?
8:20.
Thank you. No objection to 586B?
No objection.
All right, 586B.
Well, yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way to hit me. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do you do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listen to me cry, and you're like, now I can get her. Is that what you think? You just do it without thinking. You do it without thinking, huh? You don't. Get him. Stab him when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win them on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 366? This is another recording, Your Honor, that we would propose to admit all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence. He's only playing part. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 396? Your Honor, portions of this were used on Thursday, so with your leave, we'd like to introduce this as 396B with the following excerpts. 2:44 and 0 seconds through 2:44 and 16 seconds. And then 2:49 and 30 seconds through 2:49 and 55 seconds.
All right, any objection to 396B?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 396B.
Please, what? This is your last plea. This is your last plea. This is your last call. Last one. This is not helping! You stupid fuck! This is not helping!
If you could please go to 2:49 and 30 seconds, please.
I don't fucking care. You shut up with that. Impossible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
You heard Miss Hurd say, "Get off me," right?
No, I did not. I heard distant screaming, and I heard, "I'll talk to you later, I'll talk to you later."
Let's look at
reading,
Exhibit
it sounds like
857,
to me.
please.
Did you hear that whisper? Like, that's hearsay. Where did that come from? One of the attorneys talking to each other?
That's defendant's 857?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this another audio file? Oh, no.
It's not, no.
Okay, is there any?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text
Yes,
on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
that's correct. That's what it looks like, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
If you could approach from almost. To make it
The ghost. You didn't hear it? Oh, I heard it. I heard somebody say, like, hearsay. You might not be able to hear it if you didn't have headphones on. Or somebody, it's hearsay. But you, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, let me get the super chats real quick. I got Britt Flipper ready. Britt, we're going to talk about the palette thing too, I think, on the 15-minute break. I got Mo already. Thank you, Mo, for the super chat. Jackie, thank you for the super chat. Shelly. Oh, thanks, Shelly, for that membership. 8 months. I didn't know you remember that long. 8 months. And the eye patches, the new emojis members have. Deb Godfrey, thank you so much, Mel. And mods. I thought you said mofos. Motherfucker. Thank you. Tina, thank you for the super chat. Albanian Anicia, I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you for being a member. 6 months. I'm telling you, Johnny can be 88 years old and he's still good scrumptious. Good scrumptious. I just messed that up. I'm good scrumptious. Also love you, Mel. Enjoy seeing you covering live trials now. Amazing. Amazing. Is chat repeating for anyone else? Not that I know of. Mo said that in the super chat. And then you thank you for the super chat as well. Hearsay. Yeah, we're doing pretty well today. I want to try to see if I can get let me see, hold on. me see if I can do it before even saying it. Hmm. Let's see.
Your Honor, for the sake of time, I'll go ahead and may I ask the witness about the portions that we discussed, and then we can provide a redacted version.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, in this text message from you to Christian Carino, your agent, on August 15th, 2016, you tell him, you go on at some length about Amber, but you say, she will hit the wall hard, 4 exclamation points. And then later down you say, I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Did I read that right?
Objection compound.
I'll allow it. This particular one.
You read that correctly, sir.
And this wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
Hitting the wall hard based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought.
Depp.
I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You would answer my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
Getting snippy.
Mr. Depp, this is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014. The text at the top
where
of the
am I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The top
Thanks.
text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner. What would you like me to do?
This is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct?
2014, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
Does he have a mic in?
With the redactions applied and also the identifiers. That's
Okay.
Yep.
Redaction
We have that.
identifiers.
We have that ready.
All right, 213 in evidence with redactions.
Here, like maybe it's just some more audio from somewhere else in the court. There's somebody whispering. Yes, no, object.
Move for the admission of this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, it is in evidence,
Thank
so you
you.
can publish it.
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Witkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If,
Can we
I
pull
don't know if
up
that makes sense to
exhibit,
you, but
exhibit 498, please? Mr. Mr. Depp, is this a text exchange that you had with Ms. Heard on or about October 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
All right, let's,
May we approach?
okay, sure.
Terry, thank you for the membership. 8 months. Johnny is a straight up snack. I heard the ghost whisper without headphones. I'll call you later. All right, yeah, I don't know. I heard it 2 times now. SoCal Cat Lady says, have the flyers in the parking lot been addressed by the court? That has to be illegal, right? Question mark, maybe, question mark. And I haven't heard it addressed yet. I don't know if they're going to or not. Maybe there's going to be tighter security. Mystified, thank you so much for the membership. Thanks, Mel. Love you and your channel. Gracias. Kiki, thank you for the super chat. Says, love, love, love your stream. Thanks. Yeah, make sure you guys hit like on the way in or out. Let's get the likes up. That'd help out the stream a lot too. Amber.
Can you pull up Exhibit 330, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. I'm sorry, the second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking about that text.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach if you want.
What's going on with him today? He's flustered too. He's like, this lady right there, that lady that's walking by on Johnny's team, I think she's been doing good. She's the one that's been objecting and kind of challenging these people. I think he's about to let it be. Thanks, Mel. You make everything way more interesting and fun. Love your coverage. Love your channel. Love everyone in your channel, mods, and chat. Yeah, we got a really nice chat and a nice team of mods. Appreciate that. So far, it's a little bit slow. So far this morning, Johnny has snapped a little bit. Just a little couple of witty remarks. Need to find this link. Just got it. Let me see. Here it is. All right, all right. The reason there was a delay this morning, apparently, I don't know, I guess the judge was checking over preliminary matters before the cross-examination. Ronnie, thank you for the super chat. Says great stream, Mel. Seems she needs to go to the verbal abuse route since it can fall under domestic violence. Therefore, acknowledging
Can you
her
pull up
claims.
Exhibit 620, please?
Hey, Molly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to text number 40.
Okay.
It's the third one down.
Yes,
This is a text from you to Malcolm Connolly. Is that right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document with the third text down.
If I just,
Sure.
I'm happy to approach to discuss if you,
Again?
Your Honor, would like.
relevance objection again, Your Honor.
Okay, if you want to approach.
Yeah, they're having a kind of a hard time this morning. A little bit slow. Objections. They keep having to approach. Molly says, so there's a report that the flyers are put out on other cars this morning again. But she's going to try to verify that though. So there's supposedly, whoever's doing this, they need to get some security out there.
Redacted.
And I don't know if there's cameras. Maybe go to the cameras, find who this person is that's doing it, and hold them accountable. Can they be arrested or something, or charged, or what? To figure out who's doing that.
Mr. Rottenborn, if that's coming in, we'd allow the contextual text messages as well, if we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
We would like to take a look and just make sure the contextual text messages are coming in with the one that you're directing Mr. Depp to.
Yeah, she's pressing him.
I'm just going to address the court. That was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking, Your Honor.
We'll just go forward with that text message for now. Okay.
You need this lady on your team right there, the one in the back right there. She's pressing him. She's doing her job. And I noticed from the other day too, she was doing the same thing. He was getting flustered.
Mr. Depp, do you remember last week the jury saw the video of you, as you called it, assaulting the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue?
Yes, sir. Very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata. I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016 to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in this text, you say, "Thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X." Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to your views on Ms. Heard's career. Can you please pull up Exhibit 195? I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Ms. Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
It looks like it is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is him expressing his views on her taking a meeting about a movie, her career, his views.
Challenging him on everything. Romborn's having another bad day. Starting off bad. That lady's doing her job. Is it really? Did they say that 2013? They're trying to bring 2013 back in? I didn't hear the date. Damn, imagine that, like open up your entire history of text a decade ago.
So 195 will be in evidence with redacted with the identifiers off.
Mr. Depp, you see the text that from Amber that says, I'm at a coffee meeting now. You see that?
I do, sir.
Right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon. And then you respond, holy crack whores, no goddamn meetings, no movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home. Did I read that right?
You did, but a coffee meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement. What seems like we had an agreement to do something together. I'm actually asking what species of meeting. So this is not necessarily an angry text. It's just, why do you deviate from our agreement? It's not about her doing films. How do you think she got Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to control her career, correct?
Objection, compound.
That's
hold
patently
on,
untrue, and it's a
Mr.
great
Depp,
guess.
sir. All right, yes, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sorry.
We can move on. Exhibit 394, please. Defendant's exhibit.
Thank you.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the fourth text down. This is a text from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue. I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamped March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of 394.
No objection with the proper redactions of the rest of the text messages and the identifiers.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 in evidence with redactions.
I wonder what Johnny's sipping on. I think it's just water, coffee. Isabel, thank you so much for the super chat. It's really nice of you. Amazing. Thank you.
Permission to publish?
All right. Yes, yes, sir.
Amazing.
Mr. Depp, on this date, right after you had suffered an injury to your finger, you text Dr. Kipper and you say, "Hi, fucked, man. Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love, above all. Here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world." Did I read that right?
Yes, Mr. Rottenborn.
So even as you are ranting about Miss Heard to Dr. Kipper, even as you were talking about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection, compound.
Sustain as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her?
And
from what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, "I cut the top of my middle finger off" in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace, which is playing the guitar. Very unlikely. Why didn't I start lopping off digits when I was 13 then?
Just the way it was worded. Now, Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with you can take that down. Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking and abuse of alcohol, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you want.
Miss Heard wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
Sir, if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you tried to hide your drinking from your daughter, Lily Rose, didn't you?
Oh, no.
Objection, relevance.
Oh, no. Going for the kids.
When your nerves are pushed...
Sir, if you
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Going for the kids. I don't think I've seen captions on this. But that's okay. There's captions on the YouTube. I have YouTube captions turned on, so you can use that if you guys want captions. Going for the kids. Again. I don't know what they're playing on. I guess they have to go harder because what they've brought up so far. The only thing I think was decent that they brought up that to try to get him was that audio, which apparently they didn't even start off with that. They just left it at that. The audio where he's the bed semen thing or pillow semen thing, and the weird thing where he's talking about cutting himself. Terry, thank you so much for the super chat. Terry said hitting the wall means one has to hit their limit in sports, in a relationship, at work. They may have been talking about her IME. Can't wait to hear that. Jazz, thank you for the membership.
Can you
4
pull up
months.
Exhibit 207, please?
Jazz says thumbs up, hit the like button, and I'll get the rest after. Get the thumbs up, the sharing, everything.
Can you scroll down, please? Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your estate manager, correct?
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with redactions.
With the identifiers redacted, that's fine. Thank you.
207?
Permission
we
to
need
publish?
Yes, sir.
We need a rotten born emoji.
And in this text to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, you say, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house. Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1092, please? Mr. Depp, is this a picture of you passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out, that's a very specific term. Sleep could be one, passed out.
Let's try it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That is correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Is it the ice cream one? Or is it something
Relevance, Your
different?
Honor?
Your Honor, I'm trying to move this along, and when we stop with
Well,
relevance,
you want to lay a foundation, I just don't.
this is a picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another, on Thursday, another picture of that.
What is the date of this photograph? I'm sorry.
2010. No, I don't know. So I guess they're trying to bring in a different photo. That lady, whoever that is, that's on Johnny's team, she's doing her job. She's doing her job. That lady in the back with the curly hair, I like what she's doing. I mean, I'm sure, it kind of holds things up maybe, I guess, a little bit. But this is what she's supposed to do for him, right? She's doing a good job. I want to know her name. Relevance. So I guess I got another photo because the last one we saw was the ice cream one where could have been sleeping, could have been passed out. He said he was sleeping and that she put this ice cream thing in his hand and then it fell or something. I don't know, bro. You gotta be careful with these people recording you the entire time, the entire relationship. Just recording, baby. The entire relationship, bro. I should tell you something, man.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 470, Michelle, please?
The entire time lining him up. Damn.
Mr. Depp, is the bottom text on this page a text exchange or a text message from you to your personal assistant, Stephen Deuters, on September 3rd, 2015?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text and the appropriate redactions. Exhibit 470.
Are we gonna see the picture or not? Can't sleep around her. Yeah. Can't drink around her.
Of relevance, Your Honor. And cumulative.
I'll allow this one if we
Thank
just,
you, Your Honor.
with the redactions.
Is she in a relationship right now, Amber, or is she single? I'm thinking like whoever's with her's got to be watching this shit. Like, damn, I gotta be careful. You know, like. Whiskey. Lining this guy up for years. God damn. Oh, my bad.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the word main bits, which is 5 lines down. You write to Mr. Deuters on September 3rd, 2015, main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie. Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate. All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. Then 5 money symbols. Sorry, just how it is. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 587, please? This is a recording, Your Honor.
And I already have 5787A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and 2304 through 2329.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. 587B in evidence.
I wonder if Rottenborn's seen our video on the channel.
I want to have my mustache. I want to be able to go see. I thought you'd get clean and sober and we'd fix a lot of our problems.
I'm never getting clean.
I know.
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like to me that yes, either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's
you.
one of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
In the big picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because the coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that it
You gotta stop with the coke
all the coke
You're wrong.
all the coke you've done today and all the booze you've drank today.
By the way,
has it helped you?
I just got
Has it helped us?
the coke
Has it helped us?
today.
Yeah, I know because yesterday you were 1,000 times better.
Right.
Yesterday did we?
I'd like to turn now to a few more of your words around the time that you went into detox, about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 120_40? And Your Honor, 120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B, and that would be _40, you said, 40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to that?
If I may, it just came up on the screen.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, while they're looking at that, is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to Amber's mom, Paige, on August 19th, 2014?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is when you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from roxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and no objection?
No objection.
Okay, 120B in evidence. You want to publish, or as is, correct?
With the other
Okay,
That's fine.
text messages redacted, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, with you, okay, yep, sure.
okay, you can publish.
And in this text message that you write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014, you say, "My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was. I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know, that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay. YN words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say that I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw." Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
I'd like to take a look at another document, Exhibit 272, please.
Susan, thank you for this Cash App. Appreciate that. Samantha on Thursday, thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the Cash App.
Is this a text message that you shared, a text message exchange between you and Amber the following day on April 20th, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 272 and ask for permission to publish.
With the identifiers removed, we have no objection.
All right, remove the identifiers. All right, 272 in evidence as redacted. And publish.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified on Thursday that you saw nothing wrong with referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor when she was trying to get you to stop using drugs. But let's take a look at what you say in this text.
She had used that term before.
In this text, Mr. Depp, you say, "Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You can take that down. Now, you've brought this lawsuit about the op-ed specifically, but for years prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain it to compound if you can.
For years prior to 2018, when Amber wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
By 2018, you're saying?
Correct.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is with a bruise on her face and paparazzi. That was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
And
negative
destroying
stories
me.
about you prior to May 27, 2016, when Amber went into court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Now it's 2016. I'll allow it if you can answer.
There were plenty of negative stories about you prior to that date, weren't there?
Sir, I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984.
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27, 2016, correct?
From 1984 up until then, they're both. So, of course, people write negative stories.
Sure. And you just testified to the jury that it all started on May 27, 2016. So that's why I asked you to clarify about the negative stories prior to that date. And you'd agree that there were, correct?
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course, there have been negative stories.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
All right.
So I wonder what is he going to pull out examples?
It's numerous exhibits in one sort of compendium, all press articles about Mr. Depp, if I may approach.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, in having received this, I would like to preemptively lodge a hearsay, lack of foundation, and
He hasn't got them in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these to
I'm
evidence?
happy to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and discuss if you'd like.
Wait.
So he handed him a stack of papers. I guess these are previous articles. I mean, it was smart that he asked for specifics. And I guess he was going to show it anyway. Maria, thank you so much for the super chat. Want to see how she flips the makeup compact story. Yeah, I think I'm going to talk about that on our 15-minute break. There's some articles. Isabella, thank you again for the super chat. Mo, there should have been much more evidence if he was an abuser. He clearly doesn't try to hide things in text. I feel like there would have been something too that he would have been apologizing for as far as like physically, if he did something physical. Terry, thanks so much for the super chat. Her new partner is that Eve girl that got kicked out, allegedly. That's what I heard too. You better watch out. Some property, somebody said nobody dared to be different, says no DV stories, some property damage, potential assaults against men. She was even preemptively. This is the lady right here that's on point. Sure, where they're challenging everything. She's like preemptively, she's gonna go in for hearsay. I was like, damn. Yeah, it looked like a stack of papers, right? That's what I was kind of, I mean, yeah, because he said he's not submitting it as a fact of something, right? And she was trying to preemptively do hearsay. Actually, it would be good to have, we got to get Terry set up on this. I got my camera, my extra camera. I just have to see if Terry's able to set up. I didn't actually try it out with her this weekend, but maybe on a lunch break, I'll see if I can tap her in. If possible. Or we could try during the 15. I know she was doing something this morning, but if she's done, we could try during a 15-minute. See if we can tag in the attorney. Yeah, like that article stuff, I mean, dude, anybody could write anything, really. You know, I mean... Rainy Day Girl says, where's all the ex-girlfriends and wives saying that he beat the crap out of them? Wouldn't that be evidence you want on the stage? I would think so. Yeah. I would think so. Oh, let me get real quick too. Thank you for the people that have joined up as members, the new members. Jovialicious became a member, I believe. Just scrolling through the list. I missed some people. Savannah, Banana, thank you. Delusional Jamie, thank you. Karma, Camille, thank you, thank you. Jessica, thank you. Appreciate the memberships. You should pull. And if you guys could hit like too, if you haven't done so already, I'd appreciate that, por favor. So yeah, they pull up that thing with his let's see here. What was the daughter text? Oh yeah. The text says, now Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. That was from 2014. A shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5 hours. Damn, I can imagine like 5 hours. All right, let me slow the chat a little bit. How many members I have? Let me see. I could check. It fluctuates a lot, but total 373 right now. It's nice because it helps out too when the videos get demonetized. Like the last one I did, unfortunately, got demonetized on YouTube, not Facebook, which was nice. Hopper, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I'm assuming the flyers haven't come up because the jury can't hear about them. Judge may address them during housekeeping. True. That's a good point. Sin, what's up? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Sin says, and thank you for the super chat. Great point. Mel was just about to text you that. Beth. Oh, I didn't see this either. Beth says he is willing to completely humiliate himself in order to clear his name regarding DV. As he said, the only person he has ever physically abused is himself. Can she say the same? True. True. Gina says, is this your full-time job? Yeah. I went full-time in 2020. After my other job, they gave us a severance and they let a bunch of people go because of COVID. And so I just jumped on and started doing it full-time.
Mr. Depp, if you could please take a look at the stack of articles in front of you.
The stack.
Yes, it's a stack of hit pieces.
Yes, the first one is called
by Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm just
I'm going to ask you about the first one. Well, we're going to talk about them. The first one is entitled, is from The Guardian. Do you see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014, entitled, Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony, correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016, It's entitled Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why.
Yes.
Correct.
How did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order, a year and a half before she published, this would be after, May 1st, 2017. The headline is, Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say. Published
Yes.
in the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with him, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis and the insane story of his missing millions. Did I read that right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says, Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set. Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These
10th,
are drags,
2017.
sir.
Mr.
This
Depp,
is a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question that I'm asking you.
What's your
The next
question, Mr. Rottenborn?
the next document, an article published in Vanity Fair on May 10th, 2017,
Yes.
is entitled Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean. Did I read that right?
You did. I don't know
The
how
next
my
article,
financial woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled, Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank. Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one, Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017. Headline, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me at the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly,
correctly?
reports say. This is hearsay. is
June
it not?
21st,
Your favorite
2018,
word?
6 months before the op-ed was published. Vanity Fair article, The Real Reason Johnny Depp Used an Earpiece on a Film Set.
I think that was
I read
explained
that
in court
correctly?
the other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
June 21st, 2018, 6 months before the op-ed was published, a Rolling Stone article entitled The Trouble with Johnny Depp, Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the last
wonderful.
one, June 22nd, 2018, the Daily Mail, vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Who's Alison Boshoff and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh,
a
it won't
single
answer that, I see.
actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence, can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quickly, I became aware.
And she became associated with those abuse accusations that she made against you in May 2016, correct? To your knowledge.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You became associated with those domestic abuse accusations that she made against you, correct?
I think that's clear.
And
yes.
you understood that she became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You testified to that.
Well, she had a choice, I didn't.
And you've talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes.
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But you didn't try to get the restraining order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted a restraining
It's a yes or
order,
no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
No,
order
why
lifted,
would
did you?
I?
And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking him if he had a trial. That's
All
a
right,
fact.
I'll allow-
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
No, there were no charges pressed against
You
me.
chose
She didn't
not
tell
to-
the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention my name.
And you didn't have a California divorce judge decide these facts, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose
objection.
you chose not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you chose to sign a divorce agreement in which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Asked and answered, I'll sustain the objection. Next
In
question.
fact, you waited until Amber wrote the op-ed in the Washington Post in December of 2018 to file a lawsuit against her, correct?
That is correct.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I
Permission
was
to
able
publish,
to
Your Honor?
speak and use my own voice.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post in this lawsuit, correct?
Exhibit 2 is an evidence.
Objection relevance asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance is.
You chose to sue only Miss Heard and not the newspaper that published this article, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
You only sued the author of this article, Amber Heard, correct?
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 2 is already in evidence, so we'll publish.
Mr. Depp, you realize that the only job for this jury to decide,
Yes, sir.
its only job, is to determine whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
This is the only writing that's the subject of this lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Same objection.
Fact, Your Honor. He
I'll
formally brought
allow
the
that
lawsuit.
question. I'll allow that question.
This is a version of that story of the op-ed that I have never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, I'd move to strike that last testimony, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, clear.
Whether it's the online edition or this edition in the paper, this article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
This op-ed, Mr. Depp, does not discuss any of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
Objection compound and asked and answered.
I'll sustain both objections.
In fact, this article doesn't contain any details of your relationship with Miss Heard.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the
The
objection.
only thing that this article states, Mr. Depp, is that in 2016, Amber made accusations of domestic abuse. Correct.
It was clear that she'd made allegations in 2016.
And she
so
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
Yeah, I suppose, yes. Yeah,
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations in 2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection compound asked and answered.
Sustain the objections. Next question.
to your knowledge, the words that Ms. Heard used in this article about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry?
The words that Ms. Heard
the
used.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. If you want.
Can you go to the third paragraph? Pull up the third paragraph, please. The statement that then 2 years ago, Ms. Heard became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Objection.
Oh, I see it.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
So I'll sustain the objection. I'll
his
sustain the objection.
And in 2016, for the first time publicly, Ms. Heard accused you of domestic abuse, correct?
In 2016?
Yes.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes? Do not do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll come back in 15 minutes.
All right. I'm working on a clip. I want to see if I can call, maybe I can call Terry. So we got a 15. Oh, I could do the thing too. Damn, I got too many things I want to do. Let me just, I'm uploading this now for Facebook. Oh, good. I like the title. All right, let me see if I can give Terry a little quick call. If and then we can talk about the makeup palette too. And somebody wanted to see the flyers again that people are talking about. That was somebody's allegedly putting these on vehicles outside. I bought a laptop over the weekend too, so I can hopefully increase my productivity a little bit because I'm like doing so much on one computer. So that should be able to help me out a bit. But this is the flyer. Right there. Let me give Terry a call. I kind of need a thumb too. I'm gonna have to hit up, see if she can do something. All right, let me. Terry. Hello. For some reason, I don't have any audio on my end. Let's see in a second. I think she answered, but I don't have audio. Microphone, ringing, speakers, headphones, no speakers. There, are you there? All right, let me try her again. Hopefully, did I call the wrong number? There. There we go. Now it's ringing.
Hello?
Terry, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm fine.
Have you been watching?
I'm at the hospital. What's going on?
Oh, you're doing your thing. Okay, no, I was wondering if you were watching the trial.
I am watching it. I've got it to my ear real low.
You're just there for a checkup, right? In case people worry. You're not like something serious going on with you.
Sort of.
Maybe. Oh, okay.
So you wanted to ask me about hearsay?
Okay, yeah, specifically because that's what I'm clipping right now. It's the whole thing with the articles that they're, all these, Johnny refers to them as hit pieces. they're referencing these articles and they're basically just like reading the headlines from these articles and using it.
Some of them they're introducing twice, like that letter to Amber's mother.
Yeah. What do you think about, and the person that's on his team, she seems to be doing good, right? Like objecting and
She is killing
hearsay,
it. In fact,
right?
when I shared the feed, I said, here's an example of good lawyering, bad lawyering, and good witnessing.
Right.
Because he's doing it right, too. I mean, he's doing it right. And the guys, the Rotten Balls, whatever his name is, he is...
Did you say rotten balls?
I think that's what I said, yes.
I like that.
He is alienating the jury. And he said something like, well, I could get through this if she quit objecting. And the judge slapped him down, and people that don't know law might have noticed it. But the judge said, well, if you would start laying foundations before you try to introduce evidence, maybe she wouldn't have to object. She is on it.
Right.
The judge is on it, and Johnny's lawyer's on it. So I was very proud of... I'm proud of everybody.
Yeah, and Johnny's doing a good job too, I guess, defending himself. What do you think about this have you seen this there's this talk about like somebody was going around putting up these flyers on vehicles, and allegedly Amber's people, I don't know who it is, or a supporter or somebody, do you think that's something that could cause a mistrial, or
Only if the jurors see it.
Okay.
I don't think they're only if the jurors see it and or it gets mentioned in court by a witness unknowingly. I don't think the jurors are sequestered.
Okay. That means where they're kept separately, right? I don't think they are. That means
Right.
like they're in a hotel
So
or
if
somewhere.
the juror sees that flyer, that's no good. That's no bueno. I don't know what the flyer says. Do you?
I was reading it, but I couldn't even make sense of it, really.
Oh, okay.
They're claiming I have it up on the screen. It says Amber Heard's ex-partner uses online companies and services to harm her and others. So they're claiming that, like, I guess Johnny is going around using bots and stuff to harm her and I guess her family or friends. It says there for over 3 years, Heard suffers from social media operations, even if she wins cases.
I can't wait till the IME comes in. Do you know what an IME is?
No, what is that?
That's an independent medical examination the judge asked for a while back. Apparently, it's on the evidence on the exhibit list.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. So, yeah, it's on the exhibit. I finally found the exhibit list. It took me a while last night.
Did?
But so she had an IME, and that means they would check not only her psychological health, but her physical health. They can tell whether that she had her nose broken or not.
Right.
And it's raising a whole lot of issues because she's now trying to argue that even though she filed the counterclaim, she didn't put her health in dispute, which she did, which every plaintiff does. So they're trying to keep it out. So whatever's in that IME is going to be pretty doggone explosive.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks there. Maybe at lunchtime, I don't know if you're still there, depending, we can try to do the video thing. If not, we can try it tonight just to like run a little test and see. I mean, maybe it's better off stream tonight, maybe. But either or is fine with me.
Yeah, they just called me.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks. Bye. She's dealing with some stuff today. Let's do the makeup thing. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I was doing all these things behind the scenes. Let me pull up this article here that was sent to me. I like this one here. Okay. So for those that don't know, so there's this article that talks about this whole makeup situation, okay? And so during the opening statements, Elaine Bertoff, or however you say it, claimed during opening statements that Amber carried a specific makeup compact in her purse throughout her relationship with Johnny Depp. The makeup company Milani Cosmetics says otherwise. So let me just play this. Oh, can I play this clip?
Now, you also heard them say that all kinds of people saw Amber that week, and she didn't have any bruises on her face. Well, let me show you this. This is what Amber carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp. She's an actor. Do you honestly think she would have left her apartment ever without makeup? Do you think that she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises and her cuts?
So she's claiming that Amber had makeup the entire time and that she was hiding the bruising and all this kind of stuff, that I guess Amber was getting beat upside her head. Which I would think, like, as much as this lady records and takes pictures and does all this shit, this archive of years and years and years of video and texts and photos, that all this time you would have recorded this guy maybe hitting you. Or, I mean, the only pictures I've ever seen was, like, I think 1 or 2 pictures that looked questionable. Very questionable. And so for the archive that this lady's been collecting for years, you know what I'm saying, they don't seem to have much as far as, like, direct evidence.
This was what she used. She became very adept at it. And you're going to hear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different coloring, and how she would use these to touch those up to be able to cover those. She also used concealer, foundation. You'll hear from her makeup person that Amber didn't even leave her bedroom.
And that hasn't happened yet either, so we still got to get to that, the whole makeup person or whatever. I thought they were going to bring somebody on for the finger situation too, like, so I guess an expert or something.
Without having foundation on. And one of the people that was at the building testified. He said she had makeup on and it would have covered that bruise. So that's the testimony.
As much as this woman's been doing all this shit, why isn't there a whole compilation of bruises and beatings and all this shit, right? And so the makeup company confronted Amber Heard on a cover-up claim. Heard recently claimed to have used concealer made by Milani Cosmetics to cover up her bruises from an incident with Johnny Depp, but the company says the products did not come out until after their divorce. And so Depp and Heard met in 2009 and they were married from 2015 to 2016, okay? And guess what? When this product was made. This product was made or was released in 2017. This is what Amber Heard carried on her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp, quote unquote, said by Elaine. The concealer was new in 2017. The previous concealer was a completely different product container in January 2016. I wonder if they're going to address this. You know, we're going to hear about this. Are they going to, you know, what's going to be the response from these people? And I don't know, are there other things out there that look like this? I mean, this seems very specific and unique, kind of, right? And look, here's a post too. Milani Cosmetics, everyday issues, redness, dullness, dark areas, and discoloration. One amazing new conceal plus perfect all-in-one correcting kit. Answer link below. Conceal plus perfect all-in-one correcting. And so December 7th, 2017 was this post. And this is a different one. Conceal perfect 2-in-1 foundation concealer 14 shades. This was January 5th, 2016. So these releases are after the claims, the alleged claims of abuse. So I wonder. Now this video, I think it has copyright music, so I'm gonna have to mute it. But this is the video that the company put out. The activity attracted the attention of Milani Cosmetics. According to a video posted on TikTok Thursday, the company confirmed that the compact was released in 2017, years after Heard and Depp's relationship began and their divorce was filed. So I don't know.
There's one thing you
For the entire relationship, pause to read. Oh, damn, it went quick. Milani color correcting concealer palette. Alleged Bees was around 2014 through 2016. Got divorced 2016. Makeup palette release date December 2017. So I don't know. And that's directly from the company. They posted that. So that's the whole makeup debacle. I just clipped that too. I see what you guys think in the chat about that. Does anybody have any more information about that? That's what I heard everybody talking about over the weekend. Let me see the super chats too. Oh, I got a couple here. Okay, Taz, thank you so much for the super chat. Lourdes, thank you for being a member for 5 months. His lawyers are asleep, wasting every opportunity to object. Thank you. Brittany, thank you for being a member 4 months. Thanks for covering this, Mel. Thank you. Stuart, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Anna, thank you for becoming a member. Hopper says they have to address it. Miss P said A is going to show how she used it. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. So we're gonna have to see that for sure. Rebel, possible Amber was being abused by someone else. Yeah, man, I don't know. That was a good article. Freezing in here too, man. Give me one. I'm gonna have to turn on the AC. There was a moment in that clip too. I could play it over too. Johnny was like smiling. Thought that was kind of funny. Trying to think of a good title for this video. They're coming back. Okay.
Are you ready for the jury?
Rotten balls, right?
you be seated and redirect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Hi.
Oh, redirect?
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? Mr. Depp, is this the version of the op-ed that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
Any objection? No objection. All right, 1 in evidence and publish.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
It was, presented to me by one of my team, I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Because at that point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back, so something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. As it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurts. Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as I said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn that Disney was not going to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who, had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the number 3.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, as I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection, hearsay.
Your
What
Honor,
Sean Bailey said.
this is about him
It's in
learning
an
about this.
article.
It's not for the truth.
It is the truth. She's
If
asking.
you want to approach, that's part.
Oh shit! I was talking crap and I'm muted. Yo, this guy just brought in how many articles? Okay, headline, hit pieces, or whatever you want to call it. They're just reading the title of the article and submitted it into, I don't know, evidence or whatever they used it against them.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury who Sean Bailey is? I think you were starting to.
Yes, I'll try again. Sean Bailey is the number 3, or was at the time. I don't know what his status is anymore, but at the time he was the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs, and Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that...
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Depp, where was Sean Bailey quoted, without getting into what he was quoted as saying?
He was quoted in whatever the article was that that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know what magazine. I don't know any of that, so I don't know who did the interview with him.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Well, it was the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was a character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that, after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you'd been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. And there's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
When relative to learning that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I had worked hard for, the people that I had delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So,
do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million and the 100 alpacas?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I believe I made that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian Film Festival when I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hopefully will. Scaramanga Brothers, yes. Pirates of the Caribbean, 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
I don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some understanding of it.
Could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
Oops. Oop, there it goes. It looks, this appears to me to be some species of contract, no?
Is this a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and published.
Any objection?
I think it's outside the scope of direct or cross-examination.
I'll overrule on that objection.
Okay, and I'll reserve other objections to portions of the document, depending on what she's going to ask about. Could be hearsay.
But she's asking to put it all into evidence right now.
Well, then I would object to that at this point.
All right, you want to come forward? Let's see. Okay.
All right. Okay. So I'm surprised they're already at the cross. Okay. them balls. Let's see. Emma, thank you for the super chat. Hey, iCkEdMeL. Hey, chat. Hey, Emma. Hope you're doing good. Feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're all right.
If I could just get a redacted copy of that at some point. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, if I could direct your attention to section 6 of the contract, which is on pages 8 through 10 of the document. And Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
Sorry. It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5, compensation and merchandise.
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films had you been a part of?
At that time, Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just, I don't watch them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't, what was the question again?
How many?
I have order in the court, or I will have you removed. Understood? Thank you.
How many other franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
There was a third. There was Pirates. There was, with Warner Brothers, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and then Crimes of Grindelwald.
And how does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that what you receive for the other franchises that you've been a part of?
Objection, Foundation.
He just established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
And he hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he was compensated for this.
I'll overrule the objection if you can answer.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively this is my salary on that film, and other salaries were of a similar status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to the 12th page of the document.
Yes. Who?
Is this your signature, Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We can take this down. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I recall that you testified that you don't know during a given period what movies you were working on. So my question is, who would know that?
Well, first and foremost, is my agent, or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was, they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view. There was another film called Minamata that was produced. It was my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minamata about Eugene Smith and the Minamata. The mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village in southern Japan. There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I'd done.
Mr. Depp, during your cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany. Do you remember that?
I do.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Bettany and I we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor. And that was one of the things that we connected on, is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor, albeit sometimes as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of in context. It's important to know that none of it was ever intended to be real, and the language that's used, which I am ashamed that that has to be spread on the world like peanut butter. For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard it's directly from Monty Python in the sketch about burning witches and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10, and it's just irreverent and abstract humor. That's what we were referring to in those texts.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one. Of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Miss Heard while you and Miss Heard were together?
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat, and would take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where, when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children, Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his 18-year-old boy who was getting ready to go to he's a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion, and Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime, because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best that she leave the island.
Ooh, leave the island.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245? And Mr. Depp, I believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany that you were shown on your cross-examination. And directing your attention to the text message at the top of the page from May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe to the jury what you are conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
This again is, I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch your situation out to give him the understanding that you're drowning, essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here that, if you don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head was it's kind of like if you've been told since you were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that I shouldn't have even been alive, or whatever, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly which buttons to push. So at this point, I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head, like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who I am. I can't get along with this person. But it's confusion, it's nothing that you can, it's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated, judged, and treated like a lesser animal, and treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men, and that I'm a bad father, and that these things were endless. They were endless, and there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel. And there's also times where you just say, okay, I'm gonna try to not have I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument. Because I knew where it would go, into her circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp, what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
Blackout. Yes, because I'm talking about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey, those things, had that been all absolutely true, would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe alcohol poisoning, overdose. I would have had to have gone immediately. If that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die. So, no, blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol, essentially, on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the oxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say,
Hearsay, your favorite one.
Blackout, which is, you can be, a person could be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This would be 4 and 5, Your Honor.
4 and 5, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. This was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had, for some reason, I think it was, I think that the possibility is that 2013. It might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who in fact, we found her, she was caught stealing, even from my, at the time, my, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough, because he knew it, he was bright enough, he had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom, and when he came home from school...
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Deuters, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Deuters discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Deuters, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, you know, I would tell him things like, you know, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? You know, it would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and make. Ultimately, it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, portion of this email exchange is literally true?
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations with that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
Okay. First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my,
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll sustain as to her eyes if you want to.
Okay.
Yes. Rephrase.
the monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was is not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
Okay. And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, you know, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever, but the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head, in what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a conversation if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly a mistake. I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good, so I would just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Ms. Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster. The monster's here. The monster's back. Monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I believe it was just the monster was I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed, and I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
All right. We started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
Yes. Yes.
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Ms. Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
When I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon, I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath, that's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a light-hearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all. Disco Bloodbath, you know. So this was not we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph? This is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's. So let's just break this down a little bit. Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I don't know, like Naked Hollywood or something. An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is is Ms. Heard had come to me, and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies, and I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate, and her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice, is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, you know, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years, and then, you know, what was going to be left of me was would be on lunchboxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things, and I fought that tooth and nail because that's not who I was. So I had experienced something similar in terms of being looked upon as something that you're not, and so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me for a while there, and I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes, no, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled. We can answer it.
There are first it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection,
someone...
Your Honor, lack of foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes, or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off, or I cut my finger off, or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only piece that I found in my life at the age of 12 where I knew I knew who I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I'm a guitar, I mean, I still play the guitar it's still my first love, aside from my children. It's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. Again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s if I as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, walking tantrum? When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers and or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret. That's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with. If I'd have lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again. It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, you know, I bumped into a knife or something. You know, it's not. I'm not admitting to. I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it. Jerry was aware of it. Stephen was. Everyone was aware of it. And of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he was.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment.
That's the only thing I really got.
Thank you.
Flip it.
It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia. And he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. What the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is a good stopping point.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess. Again, do not do any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you after lunch, okay? If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you.
Be quiet, y'all. Make too much noise.
All right. So we can take a recess till 2:20. Just for planning purposes, though, I plan to go to 5:30 today since we had a late start. So just to let you know. And I know you plan on having a remote witness, which is fine. Just let us know
Who's
so
the
we can
remote
set that
witness?
up. But also make sure your remote witness knows that this is a courtroom. I don't expect them to be any outside noises or anything else going on in direct attention. And also if they would know that if there's an objection for them to hold off answering until that's resolved. That goes for all remote witnesses when we get to them, okay? All right. See you at 2:20 then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just finished clipping that. All right, so they're doing an hour lunch break. till 2:20, I think it was. Forgot to put my little screen up here. Let me do that. What can we do? Lunch break. We can do phone calls. Lunch break. Official return. 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Let's do that. We could do some phone calls. I could go over some of the highlights, I guess, too. No, James Franco? No. For real? Ooh, if that's true, we're definitely gonna clip that. Maybe I'll hold off on well, I already have 2 videos clipped, which is nice. Do you eat? I don't know. Actually, I haven't eaten anything today, so I should I should eat something probably. And I have food, I just gotta warm it up. I got mama's cooking from yesterday. Yeah, who's gonna be the remote Terry? I'll have to check in. I don't know if she's been watching. Because she was taking care of some medical stuff, I guess. Zoom with the P word. Ooh, if that's Franco, man, that's gonna be interesting. Well, let me open up the lines. I probably should eat something, but let me open up the lines, I guess. Let's see. But it's been all right. I mean, my favorite part was so far has been the today. It's been the part with the articles. They ended the live stream too. You get another live here, another background live. The trial. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Maybe somebody's outside or something. We got the clock. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this one. Let me do this in the background. I don't like that. Yeah, and we're back. So we're back at 2:20, and court's going to be running later today, 5:30. I could do this one. Let me see. No, they got that. Let's see. Guess I could use this screen for now. Okay, let me call in. Do you eat? No, I don't eat anything. Okay, we got a caller in already too. Just hang on there, caller. I'm gonna dial in right now so I can answer the phone. Boom, 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 boom.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studio.
I forgot.
Studio web interface.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna take this caller. I might if there's no calls that come in after, I might just go eat, take a little break and eat. All right. Let me take this one. 250. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi.
Hi. Welcome. Who's this?
Woo! I'm in. This is Bronze Barbie.
Hey, Bronze Barbie. It's so nice to hear you on. This is your first time calling,
Yes.
I think, right?
Yes, I'm very nervous right now, so I
Oh,
apologize.
you're good. Don't worry. No worries.
Okay, so I don't have a lot to say because everyone has had like all these days. Like I agree. Like I'm team Johnny. I just wanted to say that I found you randomly when Gabby Petito case was happening. I was hooked. You're a great host. Yeah, you treat everybody very nice. All I have to say, I got one interesting thing to say though about the Johnny Depp case. I saw it somewhere. I can't remember on what channel, on YouTube channel. I saw it somewhere. A good point that I don't have all the info about this, but when they first broke up, Johnny wanted was out of that penthouse where they lived together, right? Like he did not want to be there anymore.
Right.
In the other hand, she was fighting hard to keep her penthouse, to keep the condo. So the point is, he had bad memories there. He didn't want to be there anymore. He wanted out. As soon as they broke up, he wanted out of there. He didn't want to live there anymore. She had no issues with staying and living there. So you got to think, someone that's being abused and have bad memories in a house, they don't want to be there anymore.
Right.
She did.
And he was still paying.
She had no problems with living there, right? Keeping the house, keeping the penthouse, and she had no issues. So that kind of tells me that she had no bad, obviously she probably had some bad memories there, but you know what I mean? Like,
she got a lot of good memories with a lot of people too, not just Johnny, maybe Elon and
I
Franco,
don't think she's the victim.
The list of men.
Allegedly, if you're the victim, you're not going to want to, yes, allegedly. If you're the victim, you're not going to want to stay in the house where, like, after you and the partner broke up, you're not going to want to stay in a house where you were abused. Right. So I thought that was a good point anyways. Oh, sure, hi, thanks for the nice accent. I see the chat. I'm from Brazil.
Oh, Brazil, nice. Amazing.
Yeah. I live in Canada, though. I'm in Canada, but I'm from Brazil, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, that's all I wanted to say, because everything else, everybody else said it. But I just thought that was a good point, that she wanted to still keep the house, keep the place. You're doing a great job. Everybody in the chat, I love you guys. It's really fun. I'm hooked. I literally, I waited all weekend for this, and I was having fun and shopping this weekend and everything, but I could not wait for the weekend to be over just for the trial. All right, that's all I had to say. I just really appreciate it. I'm excited that I got in the show.
Amazing. Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate your support, and thank you for calling.
Puff, puff, pass. Woo! Okay, bye, guys.
Bye. That was a nice call. She said, puff, puff, pass. All right, we got a couple people calling in. 313, how you doing? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Mel?
Hey, good. How you doing? Who's this?
I'm good. This is Nadine again from Detroit. You know
welcome.
I can't leave you alone.
Thank you for calling. Yeah, welcome back.
So I got 3 points. I'm going to be quick so we can get other opinions on the line. I love listening to everybody's opinion. So first point, you said, who is Amber Heard dating? Just a fun fact, she's dating Eve Barlow, who is a journalist that was kicked out the courtroom. Okay? Now think about that. First she was dating Johnny Depp because she wanted to pursue her movie career. Now she's dating a journalist to pursue what? To have control of the media, maybe?
Oh, and you know what, though? Is she really a journalist, though, Eve Barlow?
Yes, she's a journalist.
Really? I don't know. I thought they were saying she wasn't. I mean, but on her Twitter, it says journalist, though. So, I mean, that could be anything, but she claims to be one anyway.
That's where I looked on her Twitter. So maybe if somebody can correct me in the comments, I'd appreciate that, but that's what I assumed.
Okay.
Second point, did you peep when Rottenborn was asking Johnny Depp about Amber Heard getting her career? And Johnny Depp was like,
Yeah.
well, who do you think got her in Aquaman?
Yes. I thought that was amazing. I just posted a clip. I posted it on YouTube and Facebook. That little moment
I'm
there.
going to go ahead and like that. Because that was, I did not know that. I did not know that he helped her with Aquaman.
Yeah, he mentioned it earlier during Testifying. He had mentioned that, like, they had asked him, I think, to help her out because she was, like, struggling and help her out with her, I think, her lines and something. I don't know. He did help her. I don't know if he's done more.
He made it, when I heard him, I was thinking like he talked to directors or he used his influence to get her that role. That's how I took it. But maybe, again, am I wrong? Please let me know.
Okay.
And then last point, Johnny Depp just said how he's right-handed dominant.
Right.
So let's say you're drunk, right? You're getting drunk and you want to chop off your finger. If you're right-handed, which hand is the knife going to be in?
Your right hand. If you're what? Say that again?
Your right hand. So you're going to cut off your left finger. I'm just saying. That's what they're saying. He's a substance abuser. He's drunk all the time.
So
you see what I'm saying?
What hand? So it's his fingers missing on his left hand?
Right hand.
Oh, in his right hand. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. If you're right-handed,
finger, you would use your right hand. That's how they could tell, like, when they do forensics and they investigate suicides or murders, they see, which hand is dominant. Like, if you're trying to kill yourself, you're not going to use, if you're right hand dominant, you're not going to use your left hand. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So that right there, because I know Ron Bourne, he's doing a good job because he has no evidence. He has zero evidence. So he's working with what he got.
What do you think about those articles, too?
So those, I believe, are hearsay. But in those articles, did they mention he was an abuser?
No.
No, they mentioned his substance abuse. They mentioned his alcohol drinking. They didn't mention that he hit somebody.
Right.
So if anybody can find an article before Amber Heard said that Johnny abused somebody else, please let me know.
Right. The only thing they have is some guy. Well, I'll let you go because there's other people. But thank you so much for the call, Nadine.
I want to get
Appreciate
other callers
it. Yeah.
in. I want to hear everybody else's opinion. I appreciate you answering.
Thank you.
And you need to eat your food and eat it during court like Amber Heard did.
I might do that. Once they start again, I'll probably just warm up my food and I'll sit here and eat whatever, at least in the background. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye. Okay, next caller. Let me get the calls rolling. 252, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Yeah, hello, this is Nicole from North Carolina.
Hey.
I have a brief statement that I want to make that on Rob Rue's channel, he had the last documented phone call between Amber and Johnny, and she said something that was quite interesting because I think she tried to phrase it as a lie, but really she may have been telling the truth. That she said, I may be a part of a secret hit club. And then she stopped herself when Johnny said, what is that, a fight club? That I plan to ruin your life for 3 years. Mm-hmm. And she said that no one would believe you if you claim that, I abused you to that effect. And I'm like, well, why would everybody take her word over Johnny's when he's been so established? He knows so many people in Hollywood, and no one ever claimed that he did anything. And then I thought, well, maybe there was somebody around her that had more clout and had more power that maybe orchestrated this whole thing, because why would she give her tape to Harvey when he's not even, TMZ is not the LA County Police Department. If someone's hurting me, I'm not going to run to Harvey to claim, I'm being abused by my famous husband.
Maybe for
I'm
money.
going straight to the police because Harvey
Money
can't do nothing for her. Yeah, so somebody had to have clout to orchestrate her how to do all this, because I don't see her doing this all on her own. Something is fishy about this whole thing, and what Harvey said really chimed me into this. He said no matter how this case pans out, Johnny Depp's career is over. So the thing is, this is to be true. I got to calm down. But this to be true, that whenever you have a witness in a case, what did they ask that witness? The prosecutor, did you take your story to the press? Did you sell your story? For her to sell that tape to Harvey, that cancels out her victimhood because she profited off of it. It doesn't make any sense unless someone called Harvey Pryor and said, Amber has the tape of Johnny. Don't ask any questions. Accept the tape. Give her money for it. And what you have will be valuable to TMZ later. So this is how I'm saying. I think this whole thing was a setup. I think this also may have some political motivations. Someone around Amber had a vested interest into making her a celebrity while tearing up Johnny Depp's reputation. And also, who had with the money? Who could have profited the most in Hollywood with Johnny Depp's downfall? Someone is profiting from this. Someone is orchestrating this through Amber. Because when rich people want to mess you over, they never attack you straight on. They always put people around you to set you up. And I'm going to leave it at that.
The Me Too movement. The Me Too people. She was doing speeches and all that stuff. Yeah,
Your
she's
future
crazy.
is female. I'm just saying, this thing is fishy.
Yeah.
It's fishy. It's never about the issue at hand. It's always the underlying motivation behind all these events that get our attention. It's never what it seems to be. It's always something else. And Harvey should have known better because it doesn't serve him any purpose to accept the tape when later on it can be proven to be nothing but a lie. Why are you accepting a tape from a victim? Because if anything, you're going to hurt her case if she did get abused. So I don't understand this mess. Unless there's somebody much powerful than Amber and Johnny involved in all of this and then just sitting back watching how it plays out.
And she's right. People are agreeing with you too. They're agreeing with you.
I just think this is horrible, and I hope the truth comes out because I think TMZ is in trouble. That's how I'm saying it. They in trouble. I say bye. Much love. Bye.
All right,
Peace, everybody.
All right, appreciate the call. Thank you. And that was an edited video too, right? The TMZ one. That was a good call. All right, let me keep it moving. 318. How you doing? Where you calling from? 318.
Hey, Mel.
Hey.
It's Terry.
Terry, what's up? Welcome.
What you doing?
Right now, we're just on lunch break. We're taking calls.
I've been watching you the whole
have you? Oh, okay. We've been taking calls. I honestly didn't listen.
All the people in radiology were like, who's that guy? Why are you on the show? And all of a sudden, they hear me come through on the show.
I honestly, I didn't listen to too much what Johnny was saying. Because I was trying to edit and post something, so I didn't get to hear too much. So I was kind of looking over a little bit of the recap of what he was talking about. I know they were asking him about the writing on the drawing or whatever, where he supposedly took his finger, dipped it in paint or whatever, and then wrote on the mirror. I might do a little recap and go over some of this article after we do calls. But what do you think so far today?
I think Johnny is tired, but he hadn't hurt himself today. He's a little bit tired, and he's kind of going too far in I would object to narrative. I think Rotten Balls fell asleep or something. I don't know what happened, but he should be objecting to the narrative. But Johnny's just a guy, and I knew whenever that day was when he was talking about Mike Tyson and tigers in the room and all that stuff, I knew they were talking about The Hangover. There was no way that was literally meant. And he just now today got the chance to say we were referencing The Hangover. My brother and I still reference The Hangover when we talk about stuff. Mm-hmm. And Stripes and Animal House. There's a bunch of movies that are in our lexicon, and there's no. It was driving me a little bit crazy that they were acting like that was some kind of serious thing, and also disco bloodbath or whatever. That was made into a movie. That was based on a real guy from the 70s and 80s, a kid that used to go to Studio 50. Is it Studio 54?
Yeah.
Or 94, something. Anyway, they made a movie about it. There was a McCulkin in it. I don't remember which one, but one of the McCulkin brothers was in it. But that's what that book is about.
Yeah, it says
They
as
killed some guy.
as seen a book titled Disco Bloodbath. He says he was in a secondhand bookshop and he saw it and thought that it sounded like a bad slasher movie.
It was a bad movie, but it was a bad disco murder movie. So, but I think his lawyer's doing very well, right on top of all the things. I don't think Roddenballs has a very much trial experience because he doesn't seem to understand why he's being objected to all the time. Like, he doesn't seem to understand how to ask a question without igniting a hearsay objection or a narrative objection or a compound objection. He doesn't seem to know how to ask a proper question. And that makes me think he hadn't had a lot of trial experience. And also, and this, I have to say, I did okay at trial. I had a pretty good record, but what got me was I have no poker face. And I mean, I would have to put my face down and cover it with my hand at the top, because I have no poker face. And neither does this guy, Roddenballs. He doesn't have any poker face, but he lets everybody see it. I just hid mine. It's bad when you don't have a poker face.
And he's gasping too. A couple of times, like you could hear him like out of frustration. Even some of his motions, you could tell he's
sighing and all that. You cannot do that in the courtroom. Period. I mean, like I said, I had that flaw, but what I did was just cover it up, But it's it's frustrating to watch. But his lawyer is fire. She's fabulous.
Right? I wonder. We gotta find a name for her. Find out who she is.
We do.
She's doing a good job.
I need to get her name. I could probably get it off the exhibit list. But,
okay.
I copied them down.
Yeah, she's doing a good job.
And and the judge, I think, realizes that she seemed kind of, I don't know, she seemed like she wasn't taking things seriously last week. She was like, 2 hours here, we're stopping
right.
5. And then this week she's like, okay, no, we're only going to give an hour for lunch, and we're staying late because the pre-trial we had, or the motions we had outside the jury in the morning. So that was pretty good.
I like it.
I don't think Johnny's hurting himself at all. I think it's still all Johnny. I mean, if I had to bet money, which I don't have a lot of money, so I'd bet $5 that Johnny's going to take it. Because, I mean, even if he loses, he wins. Even if he loses the defamation case, which is a tough case to make because he's a public figure, but even if he loses the defamation case, it doesn't matter because he's made his case about not being a domestic abuser. Right.
I think he's still the public perception and like people. I think he's kind of won the people over.
Yeah, I think he's won the courtroom and the jury. I've heard the jury laugh a few times, and we can't see them, but there's he may lose the defamation case just based on law because it's a hard case to make. But she will not win her countersuit. I'm calling this now. She will not win her countersuit. He may lose his defamation suit, but they won't award her very much money if they award her any at all. My guess is that it's just going to be a wash.
All right. Well, thanks, Terry. I appreciate the call. Maybe we'll hit you back up sometime.
Y'all have a great day.
Yeah.
Don't forget to call me later and
okay.
And we'll do the
video.
The doodah.
Yeah. Doodah. All right. We'll talk.
All right.
Bye.
Have a great one.
You
Go
too.
eat some
Thanks.
food, hon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let me get the other callers too. They've been holding for a while. 706, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? I think we lost her. Are you there?
Hi, yes. Let me
Hey.
mute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. First, I'll apologize if you don't understand me real good. I just had some dental work. I want to make just a couple of points.
Okay,
If you'll
sure.
notice, I really think that the past big highlighted cases that we've seen, the Rittenhouse and Gabby Petito in the news recently with Will and Jada, if you look at the Virginia seal and look up what six semper tyrannis, it's like down with tyranny, okay? There's always something in the background that you always need to be paying attention to. With Rittenhouse, it wound up really being how they were attacking the freedoms of our Second Amendment. With Gabby Petito, it brought out mental issue awareness and domestic violence. With Will and Jada, you're seeing a dominance of women over men. You're seeing a lot of DV, but you're seeing it where the woman is controlling them emotionally, and that men also suffer emotional and physical abuse. And we're seeing the same thing. In my eyes, we're seeing the same thing being brought out in this case. Amber's very conniving. Amber has qualities of a narcissist. She has that controlling, in these phone calls that we hear, these tapes that we hear, she is guiding the conversation. She stays on him. I watched one video where he said he would leave. He would go in the bathroom. He would close the door and she would come to him. Every time he would try to escape confrontation with her, she's right there on him, steady going at him. This is, and I know this by experience because I have a son married to someone similar to this. Always put him down. Nothing he does is right. Nothing is enough. But he loves her so much. He's still hanging in there with it. And I don't
How long
say
you been
anything
together?
because this is 3 years. 3 years. And she's young. But I've had training. I've got a criminal justice degree, which I haven't been active in. I'm 64 now, so I haven't been active in it in a while. But in a lot of the course training back then, it was to be aware of not just what you're seeing and hearing. Look around, pay attention. And if you notice, she mimics a lot of the way he dresses. But I noticed today with the hair, Johnny's hair is dark, but the ponytail in the back is blonde. If you notice her hair, and I'm not seeing it, these two colors, it's dark with the blonde swirl, and the bun in the back is blonde. This is an intimidation tactic when he has to look at her. So these are things I'm seeing, as well as listening to the case and listening to the facts. These are other things to pay attention to. Why is it being held in Virginia? And it always shows the seal. And I always look up whatever the saying is on that seal, the motto. And this one has to do with tyranny. So I really feel like there's a lot of revelation in what we've been seeing in these kind of cases since Kyle Rittenhouse case. Like the problems with Will and Jada. Jada's very dominating. And back to back, we've got that, we've got that was plastered all over the news, and now we're having this with Johnny Depp. And Johnny Depp is who he has always been. He's eccentric, he's very odd, but he's always been steady, and he's himself. She is, I did read an article where she contacted Elon Musk, and he told her he was not helping her out. So who knows how many men she targets, because her past, and I guess what I'm hearing now, preference is female. Why will she target men? She's targeting rich men. And this is just a control, break them down. Somebody she feels like may need that kind of love, may need somebody. And once she gets their trust, turns around and she abuses this emotionally and psychologically. So that's just my view on it. I just want to share that with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, enjoy your show, and I'm going to take a break. Go eat you something.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
There's 3 other callers, so we'll get through the 3 calls. Those are some interesting points. Mama's love. JD reliving Mama's love. 509, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Fluffy Buns. I'm calling from Washington.
Fluffy Bun, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hey, I'm a new listener, subscribe to you. I love the way that you run your commentary. You're very calm. I get irritated with like really obnoxious commentators. But anyway, I just wanted to say, you know, as you know, in my childhood, I grew up around, you know, step parents and boyfriends of, you know, my mom and stuff like that who were very abusive. And so I know what it looks like when someone is a domestic abuser and when they are emotionally abusive and physically abusive. And when you just hear the way that Johnny explains himself and what his experience is, I don't get that vibe from him. I just get that authenticity from him. And yeah, you know, he has tons of issues, you know, with the substance abuse and, you know, his eccentricities. But even with all of that said, with all of that going on with him, he still never hurt her. And I think that's huge. Because when you do have those substance abuse issues, you know, it makes you behave in ways that you probably would never have otherwise. And the fact that he still didn't physically harm her, I think is really speaks to that. And then I also wanted to say about Mr. Rotten Bottom. He just really seems like a little boy in a suit trying to play lawyer. And it's just really rotten born. And it's just, I love that the judge just went ahead with like redirecting, because I was afraid that like his cross-examination was just going to go on forever and ever and ever. So
yeah, I was surprised they moved on. Like, I thought it was going to go a lot longer.
I know, I did too, because I was like, oh my gosh, there's no end to this. But yeah, luckily they redirected. And one last thing, I was just laughing seeing Amber Heard's outfit today, because I'm like, she looks like she's attending a Victorian funeral, and I'm like, is she mourning the death of her career? Is she
maybe so? Yeah, she might be
mourning the death of her career.
I think today she looks
anyways,
more presentable than all the other days. I think somebody, I guess, talked to her or whatever.
That's true.
But she was looking really horrible. I mean, just her facial expressions are just really bad. I don't know what was going on.
Oh, I know. Like, oh, it's like you could see the ugliness from the inside coming out and through her face.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Did I hang? Oh, I disconnected. My bad. I got to call back. How does Google Voice disconnect? It's an internet call. Hold on. Let me call back. I'm sorry. Somehow. And what's the calling number? There it is. Give me 1 second. God, disconnect.
Callers from the call-in studio web interface.
So sorry about that, last caller, but thank you for calling them. Let me get the next one. 903, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Katie from Texas.
Hi, Katie. Welcome.
So I've been a victim of domestic violence, and luckily I was able to see signs, and it didn't go too far, and I got out of it. But earlier this year, I was actually subpoenaed to court for this guy beating up his pregnant wife. And
wow,
so
the same guy.
I was subpoenaed to testify, on like my experience with him, because obviously I had called the cops, so there was a police record of the event. So I got subpoenaed to this whole court hearing where yeah, she got put in the hospital. The baby's barely made it. But anyways, to tie that all in, the guy that I dated actually was on the TV show Overhauling, and it was like in 2015 released, the one with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and he like got her this new spiffed up, I think it was a Mustang or something. Anyway, so there's a car shop here in Texas where I live, and so that car shop was represented on this Overhauling episode. And the guy that I had to go to court over, you know, he was very narcissistic, abusive, crazy in his own way. He had told me about that, filming that, and he even said, he was like, yeah, that Amber Heard chick, he was like, she's crazy, and she is a witch with a capital B. And I just thought that was really interesting for, you know, somebody that was very narcissistic and abusive himself. He's saying that about this person that he had an encounter with, and he's like, yeah, she's off the wall crazy.
Damn.
But I just thought that was really interesting because, I mean, here he is like going to jail and stuff now, and he pointed that out about this person. So I've been Team Johnny for a long time.
Amazing.
Yeah, I just thought that was kind of interesting. But that's all I had.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you watching and supporting.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. That's crazy. I wonder if we can get some more personal experiences about Amber. All right, last call here. 765. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, it's Mary from Indiana.
Hey, Mary. How you doing?
I'm fine. Hey, my daughter is the one who turned me onto your channel, and I really like
Amazing.
it.
Thanks.
Lou,
Oh, I said thank you.
no, I just wanted to say, you know, it's very sad that this whole situation has to be so embarrassing for Johnny and Amber both, especially Johnny, to have your life, your text, your daily living, everything brought to light. And some of it is just very devastating to even see. I've been through a lot of domestic abuse in my life. And, I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see Johnny's face sometime and the way that he has to talk about the way that things are going for him. But on a lighter note, with Elon Musk, I've seen actual pictures of him with Amber with bruises on his face. And I would like to let him know for a quick $1 million, I'll knock him around all he wants. So
Well,
thank you. Go eat lunch and have a great day.
All
Love
right.
to watch you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. What time did we say? We said they're coming back at 2:20. Okay. 25 minutes. All right. Let me get the super chats and I'm going to get something to eat. Just going to warm up some food. Let me see. There's just a couple to see that I missed. We got Emma already. Mo says, thank you for the super chat. I hope Johnny Depp buys the rights to Jack Sparrow and makes his own goodbye movie. That would be interesting. I don't know. It's got to be a lot, though, to buy the rights. I wonder how much that would be. Laughing beside you, Rotten Balls emote. Yeah, we do kind of need. I have some notes already. We have an objection emoji that set recommended or suggested, I should say. Jazz says hearsay emoji. And now we got laughing beside you, Rotten Balls emoji. So I'm going to add that to my little notepad here. Rotten Ball. Rotten board. Terry, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm out. Everything looks the same, which is good news. I need coffee. I bought lip gloss from Milani to support them. Oh, okay. All right. Nice. The real Dana, much respect to you, iCkEdMeL. I tried broadcasting on my own channel, but I don't have the patience. Well, thank you, Dana. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're in good health. Truth and Transparency, thank you for the super chat. This is for my mod, BL. Now, what is it going to take to get this funny and smart soul on my channel for an interview? Is that me? Or are you talking about BL? Kim T, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, Christina Randall, YouTube, made a good point yesterday about her makeup compact on opening statement. That the brand didn't make that compact till 2017, so her lawyer lied. It's all over TikTok. Yeah, we spoke about that earlier. I clipped it, so I may post it at some point. But I'm really waiting to see who this witness is going to be, because I want to clip that and post that as well. The remote witness. And so that set was saying about the witness. I closed out my window here. Let me see. There's 3. I thought she said 3 potential, either Elon or Franco or somebody else. Let me look. Okay. Elon, James Franco, or Malcolm Conley. I know. So I hope it's either Elon or Franco. That would be super interesting. Let's see what else. Truth and Transparency. Thank you again for the super chat. The paparazzi is crazy. So let me get this straight. We never see any articles in any of the magazines about these two with fighting in public or anyone with bruises. Let that sink in. True. Jeff Hep 2005. Thank you for the super chat. Hey Mel, I think any witnesses they call now are tainted, especially Franco. You know that they've been watching or have been seeing clips of this trial. I would think a lot of people, gotta be watching clips and portions pop up. Bees on Mars, thank you for the super chat. There's literally no one in the entire world that can say Mr. Rottenborn like iCkEdMeL. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. You, thank you for the super chat. Gracias. And Mo, it's very telling that out of multiple 30-minute recordings, they were only able to find 2 or 3 times where he yelled. And Ethan, thanks for becoming a member. All right. What's this? I don't know what they're playing in the background there. All right, let me pull up a feed, and then I'm going to grab something to eat for a little bit. So it should be interesting when we come back, I'm thinking. Let me find something here. There we go. Okay, I got one for us to just switch it over here. Franco. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll be back. 2:20. We'll officially back for about 20 minutes. Not too long. I want to hear. I want Johnny to call this guy Rottenborn more times. I wonder if he knows that like people love it and they're catching on or whatever. Yeah, it's Rottenborn. I think it's Rottenborn. Sent me what's his name? Rottenborn. Yeah, it's Benjamin Rottenborn. I had a couple people like on TikTok too, like, is this name really Rottenborn? It's Rottenborn. Benjamin Rottenborn. Mr. Rottenborn. Imagine going to school too and all the kids. I wonder if he was teased. Rottenborn. I mean, I guess he's doing good if he's on this trial, I guess. Benjamin Rottenborn. Yep. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back. Just hang out, guys. If I had something to play, I would. I don't have anything prepped. Yeah, so I'll be back. I'll be mega pint of water. I'm eating some chicken and kale. Baked chicken. The video I just posted on YouTube is taking off too. I had a really slow start, but now when I'm checking, it's blowing up. It's blowing up. Sorry, Desert, you were trying to call in? Did I scare you? I love kale too. One of my favorite veggies. I could eat that every day. Why replace kale with spinach? I feel like kale's almost superior. But I think spinach has, I forgot what it has more of. I don't know if it's folates or something. Kale is a superfood. Kale is amazing. Yeah. I do love broccoli too. Broccoli, asparagus. I like to do kale in the oven. I like to put some either olive oil, a little bit of olive oil on it first, and on the aluminum foil, and on the asparagus. Then I like to put I like cayenne. I like to put some cayenne. Wait, I'm saying asparagus. That's how I do my asparagus. But the kale I do in the oven too. The kale I do, or stovetop, but I like butter on the kale, and then I put cayenne and a tiny little bit of salt and garlic. Garlic's really good. The minced garlic, really good. Asparagus I like to do in the oven: cayenne, black pepper, and salt, Himalayan salt. Oh, Brussels! I don't know how to do Brussels sprouts. I mean, it can't be hard, right? But I want to, because Brussels sprouts is like, if you don't do it good, it's like too hard, right? But I love Brussels sprouts. Are you supposed to boil it first? Bacon and onion. How do you make your asparagus delici flour? Mine's pretty good. I like that. It sounds really good. Bacon bits and Brussels. Too soft, not good either. True. I boil and fry them. That's what I was thinking. Like, you have to boil them, I think. Yeah. We got a whole meal chat. It's going back at 2:20, so 8 minutes. Yeah, I hope you. The palette, yeah. I'm gonna post it later on. We talked about it earlier. I really want to see who this witness is. Though, I don't know, I was talking to Shay, and Shay told me, for all we know, maybe it's just a regular person. The remote witness. Maybe it's just like a makeup person or a doctor or something. But I think it's going to be a live thing though, because she was talking about that person can't have like all this background noise and have to respect the court. They're supposed to be by themselves. So it should be interesting. Terry says, I got you on Brussels sprouts. I have the recipe. I'll send. Oh, really? Oh, I wonder what Terry's Brussels sprouts look like. Probably good. You don't like lemon juice? I love lemons. I haven't done that in a while, but I used to blend an entire lemon in the blender. Seeds, skin, everything. I need to do that again. I think it was good for my skin. Ooh. For the people that have been here for a while on my channel, isn't it a blessing to be done with Comcast? Imagine trying to do these 7-8 hour live streams on Comcast. What a blessing, huh? I try to remind myself like every day, because sometimes I get in my head and stuff, but I'm just like, there's so much things to be thankful for. You got to appreciate what you have, Comcast was such a pain. And I think this is even cheaper. see. So 2:20. We're getting ready to come back. No, I walked away. I went to go use the restroom, and I was on the phone for a second. Mo says in a super chat, I noticed in the secret video her reflection in the door never flinches, but in court she reacts. She flinched to each slam. Yeah, I know. I'm super happy to be done with Comcast. Ecstatic. So, yeah, I posted the video on Facebook and YouTube. Johnny's one of his epic moments so far today. And this one's actually doing really well. On YouTube, it's doing really well. Facebook, it's doing decent, but not amazing compared to the other ones, because the other one actually stays taking off more now too. But I have 2.5 million on the wine video. And we got 1 million on the Johnny Depp on how Amber Heard cut his finger off. 1 million on that. And then another one, the funny video that I posted to YouTube. It's on Facebook as well. The first one. Oh, they're coming back.
All right, we ready for the jury? Sure. Yes, ma'am.
All right, getting ready. Let me see if I can find my preferred feed, because I don't want to have this one. Really. Let's see. I guess I can close this out. So yeah, I'm gonna post the makeup video sometime too. Not Lauren, reading the damn chat. Lindsay's been telling me to make a video on Johnny Depp's friend Isaac. People would love that too, because he was pretty funny. So I might work on that soon too.
All right, are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Starting to get down to multitasking. Are you guys still talking about food too? What,
All right.
how do you say that? Pescado wrap asparagus?
Question?
Welcome back, guys. Here we are.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please.
Or bump the volume.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom, it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes. That's what I said.
And so when, relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message, to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here, it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball, or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be
Objection beyond the
photographed.
scope of the question, Your Honor.
All right.
Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text
And
message
then
to
he said
Dr.
I meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going beyond
All
the
right,
scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Your
Sir,
Honor,
if you could just answer the question, Mr. Depp, please.
Sir,
Direct your
sorry.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee it. If you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's different.
If it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, in our arguments.
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. whether it is, and then you do it for an undetermined amount of time. You do it without actually respecting when you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
That is damning.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Hurd's and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Hurd getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Hurd get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Hurd would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when my tip of my finger disappeared, that had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her
Objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly
We can move on, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what, to your understanding, is Ms. Hurd referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated, because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Hurd would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes.
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Hurd there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Ms. Hurd if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me, when the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and in a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I don't recall, as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I'm aware of for that tape. Also, apparently looking for any metadata is impossible, as it is now owned by...
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask the question
Mr.
again?
Depp, what do you remember, what, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it. It's fine.
Pence over there.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
I assume that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Mr. Depp, earlier today, Mr. Rottenborn played a recording where you can hear Miss Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
Okay.
And this is, for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right. Any objection to 365?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 365 in evidence.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. 2 couches. What do you want? Please. Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, what? What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to see one.
I want couch. Agreed, please, though. You said you agreed before we started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was 11 seconds.
It's been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not you.
No, I'm not saying that. You asked.
I'm sorry. I think I misspoke. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered.
It's 11 seconds long.
He's angry.
I apologize. I misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It may help if could we ask them to move the media player so we can see it too? Because we just have a blank screen. So.
What's wrong, Rottenborn?
Okay, it's 45
Well, that's
seconds.
probably because we didn't publish it. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Start her over. Let's hear it
Can you
again.
play that? Thank you.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. 2 couches. What do you want? Please. Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, what? What do you want?
I want couch. I want couch. Agree, please, though. You said you agreed before we started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not yours.
No, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
I believe that's Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier.
Yes.
And before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination, and she asked him what was happening on May 22nd, and he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they were on the 22nd, but if you could, Mr. Depp, please explain where you were on the 22nd of May in 2016.
As far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
Couchgate.
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, a peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you, and you don't know what that could be. But it was horrific, and I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, at first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just, you're unable to take it anymore. And it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839, and just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Right. Do we have 342 already in evidence? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no? So you want to put 342, which is the entire audio, in
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe, I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else in the audio recording, no objection.
We can confirm afterwards. So if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. And what was the, let's put 342A, and what's the, I'm sorry, what's the part that you're going to?
It's 19 minutes, 40 seconds to
Okay.
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right. And there's just the two of them in this excerpt, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. That's 342A in evidence then. Thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't
care.
seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You do.
There's plenty of things you've done, plenty of things you've fucking done that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
and I
ever-
didn't talk with you about them. So anyway, I'm leaving. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah?
Is that what matters?
Your lies?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies, I understand.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
I'm leaving. I'll be back.
Why? What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a runaway, yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get, I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to? I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
Well, the one thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about. Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you, from all this bitching, from all these rules, all these...
Rules? Because I asked you to stay?
Because
I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking
What was
harpy.
it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked me
I
to
can't
stay?
stand it, no.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change and you were a fucking
I stayed.
pain in the ass and you were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So,
When
which
you-
guy, does that seem normal to
When
you?
you're
Does that
great,
seem
you're
normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight that you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me
That seems sober? You seem
give me
normal?
the definition of normal.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love that you put
But
me
we don't
first.
have to do this every time we disagree.
No.
No, we don't. But we do.
Please.
We do.
Please, come here.
And you have
Please come here.
Insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you. I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
I love you.
I'm gonna smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium. You like that?
I love you.
Huh?
Sorry. I love you.
Bro.
No. I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give up myself? No. I do not. I will not give up myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of perched goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. No?
Frenzied dog? I'm trying to talk to
Or your goddamn
Calm.
fucking lover. Tasia, Fantasia. I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Baby, stop.
No, I don't want to be with you.
Baby,
If these are the fucking
stop.
rules, fuck that.
Rules. You're making this whole thing. You're doing this whole
That.
thing. No one's fighting me.
I'm making this up.
Really?
That, above all else, is an insult.
Mr. Depp, what are you and Ms. Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on or some, little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm, I thought.
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
Anywhere. Away.
And why did you ask Ms. Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped. Outside of taking anything to some physical level, I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
Any objection to 598C?
No, Your Honor.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, 598C in evidence.
Amber's face.
You know, and it builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know. It isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right, but if...
at least that's how I see it.
Indeed.
You know?
But if things get heated,
yeah,
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I've got to get away. Because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit whatevers. Let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward. You can call me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
No, I'm just saying I won't do it again. That's all.
Crazy.
Okay, great. Then let's take our space, and let's not do this anymore. Because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Oh my God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Stop doing this. Please, it causes me
so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please. I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
then what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop.
Bully?
Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really...
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back. He would drive her back to downtown. House 3, she didn't seem in any shape to drive to me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was, it became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor.
it.
He said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
Damn. The child.
Mr. Depp, at the end of the day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said...
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
Okay. So where were you when that recording was taken?
That was in San Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now fed, had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was.
Your Honor, the question was, how did the discussion go? And he's talking about his children. It's way beyond the scope.
Just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
Okay. I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Ms. Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left. Take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it, because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do. So I just thought the only answer is here. Cut me. Take my blood. That's all I've got left to give you. Obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel...
Objection, Your Honor. We're well beyond the
All
scope.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long, Amber. Maybe we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together.
Does that mean?
Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own. Saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening. that we love each other. And that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
No, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We've got to deal with that, Amber.
Any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what? I don't.
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
From the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timeline to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I gave them no statement.
IO called the cops.
I did not call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight. My ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms.
What's up on her
Heard?
face? Like an alien.
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016 do you think that conversation was?
Objection. Calls for speculation. He's already said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
Allowed if you can answer it this way.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Ms. Heard will write a letter together?
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank
you. All right, your next witness.
Oh, who's the witness?
Ben King.
Who the hell is that?
Somebody going to go get Mr. King? You can
do away with these.
You can take it with you. Or you just leave it. You can leave it there.
Okay.
Oh, that's too much time. Well, that's it for Johnny on the stand. Next witness. Is it, what did they say, Ben King? Doesn't sound exciting. By the way, Jazz said that Elon apparently bought Twitter now. He secured Twitter. You think Elon's actually going to show up to this trial? He got time to mess around with this nonsense? Probably to him it's nonsense, right? The squabble. Elon just bought Twitter. Oh, wait, that's the secures? Let me confirm. Elon got time about it, bullshit.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully
Yeah.
in this case under penalty of law?
Stephen King, somebody said.
Yes, sir. All right, and good afternoon, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Ben King.
And Mr. King, can you briefly tell us where you're from?
London, central London.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
I'm a house manager, personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in central London.
Okay. Can you lean into the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
here we go.
Now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry, and I manage his property, a large apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff, and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Since about 1991, I started in private service, if you like, in house management, in butlering, in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. It was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough, for 4 years, and then I continued in different positions, full-time and self-employed, freelance capacity for many years as well.
Just generally, can you tell us, and without getting into any specifics, but what type of people would you say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families, residences.
Okay. Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014. And subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance, self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available, to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point. And so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
Okay. And did you, in fact, end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also, they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Okay. Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure, yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running, some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house, I guess.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it was very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym. Quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
Okay. And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening, typically. There was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner, so I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
Okay. How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of, anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. They were really open to me, and I mean, my background's quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Okay. Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what he was been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
No, can we approach?
Okay.
So this young chop here, well, he's not, I don't know how old he is, but this is the guy, well, he's Johnny Depp's former estate manager, and he found, according to this article, found a piece of the actor's severed finger following his alleged confrontation with the ex-wife Amber Heard. So I thought at one point, I heard somewhere they said that like the chef found it. I thought that's what I heard, but this article here says found the star's severed fingertip, and it says here a piece.
All right, so Mr. King, moving past the conversation, let's not touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London. There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me? Oh.
I'll rephrase. Okay. Did you ever observe any arguments between the two?
Yes, I did.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe 2 of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Well, let's just start with those 2.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall and I was close to were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard loud footsteps sort of going across, there's like a corridor, if you like, at the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting. and that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already, and it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, because I sort of made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way, because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument. But
how would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, "Why did you take your hand away, Johnny?"
Accusatory, spoilt teenage child. Ooh. Maybe, is that fair? Pretty, not playfully, let's put it that way, more angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in London,
yes,
did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard again?
I did, a couple of occasions. The following year was the first one, the following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
And was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients for my assignments to wherever it was needed.
Okay. How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit, Mr. Depp had kindly said, "Thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got a film, Pirates 5. So I said, great, I'd love to. Obviously, I was freelance at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months' work, I think it was billed as. So I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
There's a Gold Coast, yeah, but sort of Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
Okay. And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
Now, I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015?
Correct.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February 2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So
Yes.
can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land, a 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good-sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances. I mean, every room in that house had a balcony at least. Every room on the lower ground floor had a sliding door or a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and steps down to the ground.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Was anybody else staying on the grounds?
On the property, yes. I mean, there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was, a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed. They stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack round by the perimeter wall, where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports, and go back and stay in their shack.
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London. It seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes. I'd several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes. A similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar or, to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Give us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
Oh, so hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your mic? There we go.
Leading, objection, leading.
I'll sustain this to leading if you want.
Okay, we can move on.
New question. Okay.
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like. End of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Did you come into work that day?
Yes. Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of a beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye, have a good weekend.
How about Miss Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay a foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Ms.
To the
Heard?
extent it calls for hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
All right, turning to the following Sunday.
Ms. Williams, how much more do you have? Because it's time for our afternoon break.
I think we can. I have a little bit more, Your Honor, so I think maybe this would be a good time for a break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? You're excused. Thank you.
Okay. So if you guys could help me out with likes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you guys for hanging out. It's been pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to head out for a little bit. I'm gonna leave the live is gonna be up, but I'm gonna step away for a few. I'll be right back. I still don't know, because they said there was that one witness that was supposed to come in remote. So I guess they're not gonna have time today, I guess. It seemed like they were gonna come in by video feed. Chop. London chop. Man, and some of those audio clips that I listened to, which we're probably gonna have to put it together, make a short version. Amber's crazy as shit. Crazy as shit. It reminds me of, like, in the past, where there was somebody that, we used to get into it, and they'd be the aggressor and all this kind of stuff, and then they'd be like, calm down, no, relax, calm down, no, everything, what are you talking about? Calm down. I was like, calm down. The nut was telling me to calm down. Like, what? Relax. Lower your voice. She's the one yelling, lower your voice. Amber, no, Johnny, no. And then the guy was like, she's like a little, what was the word he said? Like a spoiled brat. She's like a little spoiled little teenager brat or whatever. And then her facial expressions, the reason I was like, the alien thing, I was like, she doesn't have any kind of natural facial expression. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when I see her there and she has like, I guess, poker face, but then you see these like little, I don't even know, man. I can't even mimic it, but she just, you know, like some like, I don't know. I feel like I want to go back and look, but her facial expression just seems so unnatural. And I don't know if she's trying to force it to pretend to be normal. Because then a couple times too, I see her at her attorney, she kind of smirks and she's like, she kind of, I don't know. I can't do this shit good. But it's weird. It's bizarre as shit to see her face. It's like she doesn't have any kind of normal, oh, that's me right there. Doesn't have any kind of normal facial expressions. Like everything's forced. Everything's fake. It's like, God damn, you don't have anything normal, natural about yourself? Yeah, with that audio clip for me, that was kind of damning. Like that was a lot of that. I almost feel like that's all I needed to hear. But I'm sure they're gonna, on the other side, they're gonna bring up other clips maybe that I haven't heard. Oh, that bitch is crazy. I'm sorry, yo, bitch is crazy as shit. You can see it. She's like snobby too, a little attitude in the court, the way she's like, she just, I don't know, man. And this guy talking about they used to go through like a bottle of 1 or 2 bottles of wine a day. And guess who's drinking that crap? Amber. According to this guy. 2 bottles a day. Botox. Maybe, is that what it is? Botox face? You can't like react normally, so your face is like, part of your face is like frozen and shit. Is that what that Botox shit does? I mentioned the other time, somebody told me I need Botox too. Somebody left me a comment. Like, iCkEdMeL, you need Botox. I mean, I don't want to look unnatural and weird like that though. Don't the Botox people, I mean, some people swear by it and love it, but I guess could I do this? So the Botox, wouldn't my face pop out more? My forehead pop out more if I put Botox? Like, they inject something, right? And so it would be like, the Botox would be in there pushing out. I don't know. I don't want Botox though. Yo, I was trying to get the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I've heard a lot already through this trial, but hearing some of this audio today, she is crazy as shit. And anybody that says she's not, you're in denial or you're crazy as F yourself. I know it's a lot of times these crazy people too, they try to ignore and pretend like this shit's normal. So if you think this is some normal ass behavior, you're probably crazy too. Sorry. And not crazy in a good way, because some people get offended when I say crazy. Oh, what do you mean crazy? What do you mean crazy people? Right there. Right there. I'm offended. It's crazy as shit. Yeah, I'm just listening to the audio. I feel like I need to go back and listen to it after. Maybe at the end of the trial, we can play this thing. But I'm just looking at this shit like, this bitch is nuts. Sorry to, maybe it's vulgar and stuff, I know. That shit just, it had me flashing back. Something's wrong with her face, though. Something's not right about her face. I don't know what it is. The nerves, like she got nerve damage or something. Something's wrong with her face. And the nerves aren't connecting to her emotions. I don't know if that was what comes with crazy. She has like no control of her facial reactions. It's just involuntarily moving and shit. Look what's wrong with her face. There's something wrong with her, or maybe she's like repulsed by hearing herself on tape. Face is just involuntarily moving. All right, well, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back, but I'm gonna let this play in the background. Just want to go handle this, so when I come back and once we get to the end of the stream, I could actually hang out with you guys for a while too. So I'll just leave this up here. I'll be back. Be back. And let me just make sure. I know I'm supposed to go. I want to make sure there's no other feeds open so we don't get double audio. The audio is playing in the background. Okay, let me close out all these extra windows and shit. All this crap out. We're not going to have no double audio today. Okay. All this shit out. And I posted a video earlier about, if you missed it, about the hit piece articles of Rottenborn. It was a pretty funny video. I have the makeup video uploaded. I haven't posted it yet, but you can check on Facebook. I just posted. So if you're curious, you want an explainer about the makeup situation, I just posted that on Facebook. At some point, I'm going to post it on YouTube. Botox on her forehead. The rest of her face is full of other fillers, and you don't need Botox. That's ridiculous. You'll literally lose the ability to make facial expressions. Ever watch Biden speak? Biden got Botox? Is that what's going on? Is that what happens with Botox people? They can't express themselves anymore? Like their face is messed up? What's wrong with the Botox people? Damn. Oh yeah. Cass says, watching your live right now, Botox paralyzes the muscles in your face and smooths out your wrinkles. Don't do it. What is wrong with these people? So they're giving away their normal face. Oh, I'm not even on camera. Their normal facial reaction. Like they can't react anymore. Is that her face is all jacked up? Mel has a Botox appointment. Wow, I didn't know that. That's okay. Amigo, that's crazy. That's not true. Stop canceling Botox. What? Oh, are they coming back? Oh. Well, what's going on there? Hey. All right. I'll be back. All right.
We ready for the jury? All right, thank you. All right, you have a seat. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. King,
Yes.
Before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Ms. Heard?
Sunday the 8th.
And where did you see Ms. Heard?
At the house.
What were your typical hours?
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Who was there when you arrived?
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard, rather than saw anything, I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard to me. I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes.
And you were able to hear her as well?
Absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like he had a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had...
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, it's, well, maybe we approach.
Okay.
So you can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, well, shall I help you? You know, as one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes.
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
So can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. There was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. The bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around that area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. Seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No. No, nothing was really intact. The top of it, the top of a bottle is like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think, at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Okay. Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There were a lot of blood drips across that floor. It was a kind of cream-coloured tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-coloured couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like, remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio, so a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor. Blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over it was a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going up the stairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream-coloured carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a blood-stained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
It was mine. It was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one.
Was there any artwork in this house? Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But, yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, I'll sustain I'll strike the answer from the record.
So, no other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Okay. Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence?
Yes.
And push this to the jury.
Okay.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so, were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right. How about the red writing that says, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I believe.
Foundation. Objection Foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did. Yeah.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Ms. Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point, I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours. Those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Okay. Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, very close, in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right. So, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard. So I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling, so passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey, to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Okay. Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon, because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. She did come to sit down, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down and in way of conversation wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And, I mean, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually, I'm pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I said, "No, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never." And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm. But I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was. And I think, I can't remember eating even, just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
And how would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
Okay. What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she's pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment. I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days, probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes, yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. They strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many. Several more, yeah.
And how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seemed to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Ms. Heard, actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them argue when they came back, when they came back in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were, I mean...
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper was opened by that point. The blood had dried up and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
okay.
Like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Okay. You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection, foundation, speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he saw, he said he saw, he said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question. If you can answer it, that's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house. I didn't see him at any point.
Do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
Oh.
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia, unless you saw him at the house or on set. Is that right?
I saw him at the house. Yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming. Yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there. You weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days. No.
And I just want to make sure. I want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA. Yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right?
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection. Foundation speculation.
I didn't get... Oh, sorry.
There's objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll overrule the objection if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I don't know when it resumed, to be honest.
I don't know.
I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked?
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
And the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and answered.
There was a lot of damage throughout the house.
You got to object first, and then if you have your objection, Mr. Myers.
Objection.
Stand, and it helps. Okay. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
Okay. And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that. Yeah.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Or down. I mean,
up or down, but from the main level
staircase.
to from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged. Is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on a wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood. Okay. And the lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
Okay. And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes. I mean, there was I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that, correct?
There was alcohol bottles. Yes, there was in the fridge. I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine. I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined. I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase, and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor. Correct.
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded. Yes.
Okay. And you were there. I think you testified. It took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house, no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else saw
painting.
That? Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
When there's objections, Mr. King, you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop. That's all right.
I'm sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Heard on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Thank you. Concern, sorry.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Heard, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Heard, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Heard was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is you said you worked with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion, yeah.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I'd worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes. But I was self-employed at the time, yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And Miss Heard, both of them the principals.
And do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 377, which is already in evidence?
All right. You gotta put on. That's here.
Mr. King, do you see Defendant's Exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And you saw, did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah. It was part of my walk around to see what...
And what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level, okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice that it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
It certainly looked like it, yes.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 374, please?
How much for the lampshade?
And you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master
essentially.
bathroom. And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
Okay. And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up Defendant's Exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right. Your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, not necessarily.
No? Okay. Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see. Not so much. Not at that point of packing. I mean.
There was paint in the tub, correct?
Say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes? Is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't.
I'll allow.
Okay. Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility. The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house, is that right?
On the day that I arrived there?
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos
of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few, yeah. I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the 3 that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No.
Do you know what you took the photos with?
My phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
And send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
Where are they, on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices, yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but...
What's this lawyer doing, yo? Like, come on.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled, all out.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I gave them to.
So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar, behind the bar, by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of, there was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
A glass table? I don't recall a glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
Okay. And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
Okay. And it costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Okay. Now, you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with Miss Heard.
Flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it. I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
You were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer?
Correct.
She didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
You have the copy.
50,000 in damages. That could be one painting or a lampshade. Or I don't know. What was damaged?
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blood on the floors, blood on the walls. And the floors are ruined.
Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony. You see how the pages go in fours?
Yeah. No.
Do you see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right? You see that?
Yeah, I got it.
And if you actually look at, you see starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house, and she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
and then you went to sleep
at that point.
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the
sometime after that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm. Is that right? On the flight?
That's right. Towards the end of the flight. Yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G.
I guess no remote witness today, huh? We don't have time for that.
Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C?
I don't know. Let's see, man. This guy's kind of lame, though. Curious to see what else they got.
Do you recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cut. The cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Okay.
Self-inflicted.
376C into evidence?
Yeah, let's take a look. I want to see these cuts.
No objection.
Okay, 376C in evidence.
Let's see. What we got?
What's that?
Got to keep an open mind. We got to be fair, right? The fuck is that?
And can we put back
Wait,
up
put it back.
376G?
The hell was that? Oh, scrape or something. Put it back on the screen. Somebody, can one of somebody...
376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G, or are these consistent with the scratches you saw in Ms. Heard?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Oh, my question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw in Ms. Heard?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with what
I'll
he's...
allow it 376G in evidence.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you.
Oh. So Johnny, who they trying to say? Johnny Scratch there? But those, what did the other image look like? Is that the same?
Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
I had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you were in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me he sustained an injury on one of his fingers.
Objection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Oh.
Next question.
Okay, he said he sustained an injury to his finger,
Yes,
but you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same objection, Your Honor,
recall.
hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
I don't know.
Now, you understand that there was
We'll talk about it.
a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
That's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up Defendant's 378. It's a recording, and I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I'd also like to play 1951 through 2138.
And is this going to be used again, or is this?
I think it would be A.
Okay, 378A. Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Can we
Sure.
What happened to the curly hair lady? They got rid of her? That's the person they need to keep on. Or maybe she's sitting off to the side or something. They need to, or maybe she's just done. They need to keep her there the entire time. The curly hair lady's been good, and then that other lady in the back sitting next to the guy with the tie, she was good too earlier. But not today, I didn't see her talking, but the other day she was doing good. The guy with the glasses on Johnny's team's been very kind of laid back, a little too laid back. They need to keep Curly there. So I don't know. Those cuts are interesting. So I guess they're saying when did that happen on the flight? Is what they're saying. The guy was sleeping. He passed out and he wakes up and she has these cuts. He said he saw it towards the end of the flight. I think that's what he was saying, right? Oh, and the 50,000 is in euro, right? Or whatever that thing is called. Let's see. Okay. So that's really in US dollars. What is that? Was it 53? Oh, I thought it was worth more than that. Huh? Oh, maybe not. 53,000. I mean, in that kind of house, anything could maybe cost a lot of money. I guess everything's probably expensive in there. I don't know. But supposedly there was floor damage too, according to what they were saying here, and that I think they had to sand the floors. I'll look back and see. The cleaning lady. Damages to the house. The lawyer says the floors were ruined And Mr. King says he did indeed have to have the floors sanded. I guess to maybe remove whatever. Mr. King is asked again if he saw any damage to the artwork in the house. He says no. He asked if he saw a penis drawn on one of the artworks. Mr. King says no, thankfully not. Okay. I don't know about these damning evidence. Maybe I should clip that. That'd be kind of a funny clip, maybe. There was somebody that left me a comment on Facebook, and they were saying that they were disappointed that we got to talk about the makeup thing too. When we get to the end of the trial, there's some other article stating that on TMZ, stating that they never specifically said which makeup palette it was, and that maybe she was just using that as an example. I mean, I would think that if you're going to be in trial, you should use the exact one that, she was using, but I don't know. So, and a person was telling me that you should hear both sides and that Amber's the victim. They left me a comment on there. They're saying Amber's the victim and we got to hear Amber's side out. And they said that I was laughing throughout the trial. And we laughed many times. What am I going to do? Shit, even the people over there laughing. Oh, A or D. My bad. It's Australia, right? What do they call the Australian stuff? Australian dollar. All right, so let's see here. Let's convert this. Oh, you're right. Well, it says 69,000.
Sorry about that.
That's horrible.
Going back to the photos that you took for a moment of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos from Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015?
Probably not all of them. I don't think so, no.
You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a decent amount of them.
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Okay. Can you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
You're still going on with this?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes.
More than 10?
Possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Do you know?
Sorry,
she overruled you.
Oh, okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah.
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
Possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
Oh my God!
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020?
Correct. Prior to
the UK
that, yes.
Trial. Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
Okay. And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
He's trying to trip him.
But
He's
it was
trying to catch him.
it was the same amount of photos that you gave to the Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it's the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings were the...
Did Mr. Waldman ever ask you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume so.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago, yeah.
Okay, and he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team, as I understood it, yeah.
Okay, and as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos, is that right?
The photos, correct.
Okay, and then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes.
There was?
Yeah, I mean, it was essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I just, part of the team, I don't recall.
Okay. And when did they make that request?
When? I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This year, last year? I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Okay, but not all of them?
Correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection. It was asked and answered.
Okay.
About time. We need Curly here.
It's going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes.
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct.
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point? What do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine, for sure.
They were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay, and then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount, yes.
But you don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
I would say more.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house, because there were 7 extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count?
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time. I don't recall days, no, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long.
But you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the two of them in the house, there was usually only one glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct?
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
That evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your...
I can show you a witness statement where you say you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence, yes, I didn't see violence per se.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
Man.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right. I'll sustain as to leading. Strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents, and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone, I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
I was leading. They asked him the same shit. Like 20 minutes, they're asking him the same thing over and over and over. And the judge had no problem with it before. They're asking him the same thing over and over and over
Can I
and
see
over.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 159?
I'm sorry, sustained. They were just asking him 20 minutes, the same shit over and 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 over. Like, what?
And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through? I think we have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now on the screen in front of you, which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How does that work?
You just dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors, can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah, so these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page, well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the second floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV. I ran out of dabs.
And I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159?
No objection.
All right, 159 in evidence.
Can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these 3 dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. There we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay. And any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah. So that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Is that it?
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-coloured tiled floor in the games room. And this is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
Okay. How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits. You know, all these. My office was off over here. I think you can just see out. It says study. Big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was the button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here, this is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
Okay. Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, let him go. Let him go. Enough of that shit.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do
Oh,
not
he is.
discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank
Certainly.
you. All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
Me had a question. My computer just completely, it kind of pooped on me, the browser. Google Chrome, I've been having all these kind of like little freezes and stutters. I mean, I guess because I have a bunch of tabs open, but I have enough RAM. I have 32 gigs, DDR4, I think. But I think it's just Chrome itself. It just doesn't do good when you have a bunch of stuff open. So let me run a little poll here. Amber, John, I want to see the percentages. Amber, Johnny, neither. Neither. They both screwed up. It's hot in here. It goes from being really cold to then hot. I guess because like now there's more devices in here. But the AC really pumps here too. So as soon as I turn it off or turn it down, then it gets too hot. Neither. I wonder what's going on with them. Miss Pussycat. Oh, and if you're about to head out of here, if you're leaving now, if you're about to leave, just make sure you go and check out my video that I posted today. If you're looking for a laugh, if you didn't catch the whole trial, if you're looking for a funny moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our day, so we're going to excuse you for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, have a good evening. All right, thank you.
Posted it 4 hours ago. Go check it out, leave a comment. hit the like button on that video. I'll drop the link to it. So if you're heading out, you can go check that out for me. Just support the channel. That video is doing well right now. Pretty decent. Even though it's not monetized yet.
And I just have one housekeeping matter. We're going through the exhibits you gave me this morning. Thank you again for that. But one of them was 485, and I have in my notes that it was 485A, just the first page, but you gave me all 8 pages. Have you both agreed that all pages of this document come in, or is that something that, should I give 485 back and you can try again to give it back to me tomorrow? Okay. All right, I'll give that back to you, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. All right. Thank you. All right, and are we going to start with a remote witness tomorrow? Is that going to be your first witness?
Oh, the remote witness?
All right, make sure she's signed on by 9:40
So
we
it's
can
a
have it all
she.
set up for 10 o'clock start, okay? All right.
Who's the remote witness for tomorrow? So the numbers, we got 2% Amber. Okay, there's still some people out there. 2%. We got 2% for Amber, 92% Johnny, and 6% neither. We got some Amber people out there, man. Amber support. Does Chrome need to be updated? I think it's up to date. I don't want to check it right now. I'm afraid to check it right now as everything is poop on me. But I'm pretty sure it's up to date. I know Windows is up to date. Chrome seems to be kind of sometimes, I don't know. But I really like the Bravo browser. That's my favorite one. That's what I use while I'm watching the videos. But everything else I'm using Google Chrome. We got some Amber support out there, man. Let's see. Yeah, 2% Amber. Hey, man, they holding in strong. They holding in strong. All right, let me end the poll. Yo, let me get the super chats. Let me just close this out. Let me get the super chats. I don't know if you guys want to do calls or if you just want to call it. I'm a little tired. We can call it too. We can call it. Oh, and I got to work on a video. Lindsay wants me to do a video. She has an idea for a video that might be good. Yeah, let me get the super chats. Get this thing off my screen. It's kind of hot. Okay, let me scroll back. Scroll back. Gotta respect the super chats. Most said earlier, I noticed in the secret video her reflection. Oh, did I read that? Her reflection in the door never flinches, but in the courtroom she reacts. She flinched at each slam. Yeah, I did read these. Oh, yeah. Okay. Amanda says, normalize that. Know your worth goes for men too. So true. It's important for everybody. Claudia, thank you so much for the super chat. White Rose, Amber needs mental health help ASAP. Thank you for being a member 4 months. In Denise Mine, her face was hella weird just then. Then they cut it off. JD needs to cry ASAP. Beth says Elon and Franco are hoping she didn't record them. Yo, if I was a friend of if Amber was my friend, I'd be very concerned. I'm watching this trial
from the ER.
I'd be very concerned. Miyu, Mel, thank you. Amazing. Hashtag Mel, Hive, stay blessed. Thank you, Miyu. Grace Cabrera, thank you for the super chat. Jen T, thank you for the super chat. Victoria, thank you for the super chat. Gracias, Stefanova. Jamie, thank you for the super chat. Mel, ever heard of botulism? That's what Botox is. Yeah, I heard of botulism. I don't really know what it is, but I've heard of it. Jamie, damn, those super stickers are lame as hell. Anyway, thanks for all the hard work. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it. Do we know when Amber's taking a stand? Karen, thank you for the super chat. I have no idea. She's supposed to. Mel, that brush is killing me. What's wrong with the brush? Should I get a gangster one? Oh, it's kind of ripped up. Damn, this is kind of torn. I like it, though. Maybe I should get a gangster brush. I never really thought about a gangster brush. Maybe I should get a gangster brush. Thank you for all the subs. Make sure you hit subscribe, turn on the bell notifications, hit the like button. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. Miyu, thank you for the super chat again. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being a mod. Samantha Knight says, getting up at midnight each day of the trial. I have been going to bed at 7 p.m. coming from Australia. Keep up the great work, Mel. Thank you so much for tuning in with us, especially from Australia. And that's got to be kind of tough. Getting up at midnight, going to sleep at 7 p.m. Joy says, awesome YouTube channel. Not to mention, you're also easy on the eyes. Thank you. Gracias. 808 Fee. Why do all lawyers look the same? Oh, canceled. It's canceled. It's a cancelable offense. Jackie, I'm just kidding. Hi Mel. Hi Mel chat. Best channel to watch, hands down. Thank you, Jackie. Karen Lovell. Do we know when Amber's? Oh yeah, I just got that. Okay. I don't really think we need to do calls unless people want to call in. I don't think there's really anything that crazy today, particularly, really. I can't pull up the article though. I mean, this is what we could do. Well, you guys tell me in the chat. Does somebody want to call in, or we just keep it moving? We can look at the pictures. We could just do a quick little, a little mini recap. Just look at some of the pictures. Then call it, because I do want to work on a video later after I get the baby settled. I'm curious, is even one Mart impartial? Is there anybody that's impartial here? I think by the stats, probably not. By the poll. Probably not. Oh yeah, these are the pictures from earlier. So that's one there. Where are these pictures taken? Okay, it says long uniform cuts. And I like how that guy said that, like he was pointing it out. Uniform, long uniform cuts. Like implying that like, did this herself. House manager Ben King is now being shown photos of Amber Heard with what appears to be marks on her left forearm. Mr. King agrees that they are consistent with the long uniform cuts he saw on Amber Heard's arm at the end of his flight back to LA from Australia. I don't know, man. Yeah, let's call it. Let's call it. Because I want to, I want to relax a little bit. I'm going to put the link for today's video that I posted. So if you want a little laugh, it's just like 4 minutes long. If you want a little laugh, a little recap, you can go check that out. And later, I'm going to schedule the stream for tomorrow a little later. I'm going to schedule it for 10 a.m. tomorrow. And might work on a little project later on after our chill. Might have a spot of purple. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the pictures, man. It's kind of a little sus, a little weird. Jackie, thank you so much for the super chat. The 2% of her fellow, the 2% are her fellow narcissistic DV abuser and hyper feminist counterparts. Love you, Mel. Team Johnny. And I gotta call Terry later too. We'll see if we can test out the video thing. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you joining me. Love you guys. We'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. And yeah, that's it. Peace. Adios.